All right. We'll call tonight's planning and zoning meeting to order. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Mr. Neese.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father God, we thank you for this wonderful county that you've blessed us to live in. We pray you to allow us to do the people's work tonight and that your will be done. And we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
All right, Madam Secretary, can we call the roll?
Commissioner Bradley?
Here.
Commissioner Lowndes?
Here.
Commissioner Neese?
Here, ma'am.
Vice Chair Slay?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Benner?
Yes, ma'am.
We have quorum.
Awesome. Do we have any announcements? Seeing none. Do we have any disclosures from the board on any of the agenda items? Seeing none. We have a motion to approve the minutes from October 16th.
So move.
Second.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approves. This is a public hearing. If there's any member of the public that wishes to address the board on any non-agenda items, now would be your time to come on up. Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to public hearings, agenda item A.
Good evening, Chair Benner, members of the Commission. Corey Benton, Planning and Zoning Manager for the record, and I appreciate the opportunity this evening as we close out 2025 to engage an extensive docket and involve appointed officials like yourselves and members of the public in the planning process as our community sets vision and the future. It's always important to reflect, especially at the end of each year, that we live in an amazing county with a lot of opportunity. So thank you. We'll continue to proceed here. So agenda items 9A and 9B reflect upon the Fort Pierce Commerce Center. There's joint petitions for a future land use map amendment, which would modify the land use category of the subject site within the county's comprehensive plan, as well as a planned non-residential rezoning and preliminary site plan associated with a proposed development for the subject site. To allow for better efficiency, staff has consolidated our presentation, but advised the Commission that 2 separate public hearings would be held for each item, and that 9A is a legislative matter and 9B is a quasi-judicial matter. And I am facilitating the presentation on behalf of Thad Crow, Senior Planner, who could not be with us this evening. The public hearings were duly noticed with signs posted on the premises along Kings Highway and Copenhagen Road to the east, mailed notice to owners of property within 500 feet, as well as a display ad published in our local newspaper. The Commission is quite familiar, at least with the title of this project. Originally, we had hearings scheduled for this joint petition set in June. The Planning and Zoning Commission continued the matter, a series of meetings. And then with our cancellation of the November meeting last month, we re-noticed, rescheduled, and we understand the applicant is ready to proceed. Previously, there were some considerations of a legacy easement for an adjoining property owner, and I understand that they've explored and had the opportunity to pinpoint alternatives and options to that, presumably providing access to Kings Highway, which we'll touch on throughout our presentation. So the petition site, which is accumulation of parcels, is roughly 76 acres in size. Presently, we have a lot of undeveloped property to the west, north, and southwest. You can see on screen the former Fort Pierce High complex, which was demolished years ago. That site happens to be in the city of Fort Pierce limits. We've seen the city of Fort Pierce grow their western boundaries and annex lands nearby. Later on the docket this evening, which was published, is the proposed Pruitt Commerce Center, which is across South Kings Highway to the west. That is property formerly within the Treasure Coast Education and Research Park. Further to the north, beyond some residential units and undeveloped commercial property, we have the Kings Highway Commerce Center, which is approximately 660,000 square feet of warehouse and distribution and logistics facilities that are not currently operating or active. Further to the northwest, we have the Builders First Source Park, as well as their production facility. And further to the northwest, we have the Stonemont Financial Facility, also known as the I-95 Logistics Center, which is 2 buildings, cumulatively approximately 1.3 million square feet, with the larger 1 million square foot building damaged during Hurricane Milton and the tornado experience. That structure's under demolition as we speak. And we know Kings Highway in recent years, the state, in collaboration with local government, invested public dollars in widening and expansion of that facility, creating a 4-lane strategic intermodal system roadway with stormwater improvements, mixed-use, multi-use path, as well as other improvements, turn lanes and intersections. And then to the south, we have an established residential community off of Samba Street, Well Road, and Darrow Street. Those neighborhoods connected and accessible via Copenhagen Road and Graham Road further south. And then along the eastern boundary, we do have a series of single-family homes on larger lots. One could suggest residential estate units along Copenhagen to the east, and of course, further to the east, Interstate I-95. The site that was subject to the previous conversation of a legacy easement and alternative joint access is the parcel denoted here, outlined in yellow with the blue shading. That has a legacy easement within the property boundaries. That easement would have provided rights out to Copenhagen Road, and we'll see later why there's challenges with that given this site design and the potential solution for joint access out to Kings Highway to that commercial corridor. As designated under the current future land use map in the St. Louis County Comprehensive Plan, the subject site has a blend of commercial as well as residential urban. Along Kings Highway, we have the commercial designation, which allows for a wide variety of uses, as well as the residential urban, which allows for residential density to be pursued of up to 5 dwelling units per acre. The RU portion is surrounded by other properties within the RU designation as well. And then in the blue shading, cross-hatching, those are lands that have been annexed into the city of Fort Pierce. Further to the west, we have the residential suburban. That's the legacy 2 units per acre residential. That is under active petition to pursue mixed-use district. And as we know, the petition, the first 9A, is a request to amend the future land use designation to create a mixed-use development district with a specific activity area supporting the Fort Pierce Commerce Center. With the MXD designation, there's the opportunity in our comprehensive plan to establish activity areas or sub-area policies to help leave a breadcrumb trail and establish policy that guides how that MXD could evolve. Our global MXD category in the comprehensive plan would allow for non-residential, civic, institutional, residential, commercial, even industrial. However, there's specific activity areas in which the use categories can be narrowed, concentrated, and that's part of this petition this evening with staff's recommendation that it's specifically restricted to uses equivalent to those in the industrial land use category. That development must proceed through a planned non-residential development process, so we understand the scope of the development, the layout, footprint, general design, provisions for public facility support, buffering, and landscaping, and additional provisions which look to build in protections for the surrounding residential areas, a substantial area designated for open space and buffering, where those industrial activities and the development footprint would not extend to, other than providing support for wetland environmental protection and buffering to help screen and transition from that residential area to the bustling commercial corridor. And of course, access via Kings Highway to avoid any non-residential traffic traversing east to Copenhagen Road, which is presently a dead-end roadway, again extending north from Graham. On screen, this is simply an indication of the residential properties that are abutting the petition site to the northeast, east, and south. Again, it's important to highlight that the petitions have been considered for nearly 3 years. I believe the applicant launched their first neighborhood meeting back in 2022. It's hard to think that it's 3 years have gone by so quickly, but they had outreach to residents in the area, convened at the Sunshine Kitchen, presented some concepts and plans, and some of the initial designs looked at residential homes in the area designated for open space and buffering, with new streets and connections to Copenhagen, serving as the buffering and transition, but staff and even members of the community stakeholders weighing in emphasize the importance of having substantial buffering to separate less traffic on Copenhagen, preservation of environmental assets, as we'll see, wetlands, native trees, east of where the development footprint is proposed as part of their PNRD. Here's the existing zoning map and the request to transition from the Agricultural 1 zoning along Kings Highway, which that legacy zoning may have been appropriate 20, 30 years ago when Kings Highway was a narrow 2-lane roadway and supported a variety of citrus and agricultural uses. But we know it's turned into a robust corridor with direct access to I-95 up at State Road 68 and Orange Avenue, State Road 70 and Okeechobee Road to the south, as well as direct entry to Flores Turnpike to the south. And the proposed zoning is actually PNRD. I apologize for the typographical error here. It's proposed for a planned non-residential development. And although I've provided a great bit of detail of what's surrounding the site, what's under active consideration for development proposals, or what may have been previously approved, this context exhibit takes a broader view of this region, working and centering from Angle Road south to Orange Avenue down to Pruitt Research Road to the south, identifying the petition site and some of the infill or expanded development areas at the western edges of the city of Fort Pierce and the unincorporated county. The petition site is located within our urban service boundary, has access to the state's SIS system. Utilities are available via Fort Pierce Utilities Authority, and as we've seen with annexations nearby, at some point we would anticipate the city of Fort Pierce bringing any development on the site into its boundaries. We have observed the expansion of the Kings Highway industrial area with additional legs of the state's investment in Kings Highway, which are slated, although somewhat delayed, but those are anticipated to occur north of I-95 and gradually extending north to Indro Road. And of course, the prospects of increased targeted industry through appropriate light industrial facilities, supporting employment and capital investment in our community. So transitioning from the proposed future land use map amendment to the coupled rezoning to plan on residential development and the preliminary plan, which helps to engage the standards of review to consider potential impacts to surrounding areas, impacts to our public facilities that support existing and future residents, as well as consider overall impacts or potential compatibility concerns. Again, this site is just shy of 76 acres. The preservation area identified in their preliminary plan along the east side totals just over 21 acres, including preservation and even expansion, restoration of wetlands, providing additional protections through buffering, and then additional native vegetation preservation lands that would have invasive trees and invasive vegetation removed, and a preserve area monitoring and management plan that helps to restore and ensure that's a lively and eco-friendly, environmentally sensitive area. Total impervious area identified in the preliminary plan is just over 50% of the site. That includes additional asphalt, concrete, and the proposed buildings, which are approximately 836,000 square feet amongst the 3 buildings as laid out on this site. With direct access to and from Kings Highway, employee parking, truck loading and turnaround movements throughout the buildings and facilities. On-site stormwater in different areas along the north, south, and even southeast side. Landscape and open space totaling approximately 6.5 acres. And meeting our minimum standards and exceeding those for a planned non-residential development for open space criteria. So an evaluation for comprehensive plan consistency, we've identified that the MXD proposal aligns with the comprehensive plan and allowing for flexibility, but also ensuring that adequate restrictions and standards are embedded in the comprehensive plan to then transcribe into a planned non-residential development that considers the surrounding property, public facilities, and allows tangible input from the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners in any decisions and outcomes. The robust conservation area and the preservation lands and the protections afforded. Consistency with the future land use policy to consider whether there's property or uses within a quarter mile of comparable future land use designations, intensity, as well as consideration of capital improvements, including utility availability. As we know, what's come out of the ground and what's established along the Kings Highway corridor is comparable in intensity, even more intense in some instances than this proposed development. We know ongoing growth has been progressing in our community. Having a well-rounded economy supporting sustainable jobs is essential and identified within our county's comprehensive plan. We've stated the property is suitable for this proposed use with the right parameters and design characteristics. And the goal is to achieve compatibility with the adjacent residential neighbors through preservation of land, overall design, and other limitations, which could include conditions of approval and precautions, which we'll detail in a moment. At this stage, we have preliminary traffic impact analysis considering potential uses for the site, the assignment of those trips on the adjacent roadway network with the cumulative building square footage of 836,500 square feet, potentially generating up to 1,360 daily trips, and that accounts for a trip into the site and leaving the site, whether that's an employee or a truck, somebody heading out for lunch, coming back, a FedEx delivery vehicle, totaling 1,360 trips, 142 of which are designated in the AM peak hours, usually between the hour of 8 a.m. and 9 a.m., or 7, 8, depending upon the peak use of the roadway, and then in the afternoon or evening, 152 p.m. peak hour trips. Presently, I-95 in this area, because of the more recent widening, we have a level of service B, adjacent corridor segments of Orange Avenue, level of service C, and then Kings Highway, given the expansion, is operated at a level of service C or better. Presently, with some of the industrial facilities not occupied yet, we have very good free flow and very little interruptions, as the only signalized intersection between Orange Avenue and Florida's Turnpike, other than at Okeechobee, is the newer intersection at Love Travel Center and the Stonemont facility to the north of the site. The preliminary plan does call for turn lanes accessing the site, and there have been meetings with the Florida Department of Transportation, both with this petition applicant and representative set, but also the applicant for the west side of Kings Highway under the terms of the Pruitt Commerce Center, exploring a signalized intersection as denoted here in yellow. That would serve both of those projects for full access. The environmental protection and programming we've highlighted, but this snapshot does reflect some of the preserved uplands where native trees and shrubs and vegetation are, preserved wetlands, and the prospects of extending and creating additional wetlands and restoring some of the vegetation surrounding them to serve as a natural and perpetual buffer between the established residential homes and the non-residential development proposed. Additionally, some cross sections of what that might look like, and the final site plan would have a detailed landscape plan when we identify which areas of invasive species, Brazilian pepper trees, Australian pines, or things that might be removed, and where infill and new plantings are necessary to ensure that it is carrying a level of opacity to serve as that buffer. The applicant's petition set did include a sound assessment of the proposed facility to display reduction or very minimal impacts to surrounding sites. One component through our development review process for their site design has been a request of staff to mirror or flip their southeast building as presented on screen. This is the applicant's present and proposed configuration. Staff is looking for the applicant to shift the truck loading areas, parking spaces, and docks to the west facade inside of the building, placing employee and consumer vehicle parking on the east side. Different noise, different potential impacts. My truck does not have a backup beeping signals or sounds, whereas large trucks typically do. So we see that as a design component to help avoid and minimize any impacts on surrounding property. See the placement of stormwater areas and landscape buffering, and where required fence or wall would be placed along the south side of the building. Staff is recommending that the placement and the applicant is supporting that, placing it on the north side of the pond so we dampen any noise, visual impacts closer to the source, allowing the residents to have views and not necessarily access, but the ability to overlook those open space and enhanced areas, also serving as buffering. And the sound assessment that was presented does demonstrate that the facility as operational and as designed by the applicant would not exceed the county's noise levels, but again, through the PNRD process and ensuring compliance with the full standards of review, the staff is recommending that flip, which we'll have presented here. And for display purposes, I've rotated the image, and this is the far eastern portion of the proposed preliminary plan, with north being to our right. And just for better context, we see the building setback on the south side of approximately 204 feet, with the section being the stormwater pond, requiring littoral and upland buffer plantings by code. The wall with landscape, wall or fence with landscape plantings on the north side of the pond. The preservation area to the east as shown on screen. And then here's a snapshot of what mirroring and flipping that parking access and building might look like. It would bring and shift the building closer to the eastern property line and residence, but the building itself wouldn't be anticipated to dampen any of the noise from truck movements, backing up and reversing, and with the substantial buffering to the east, staff does not see the modification as a concern and actually a net benefit for compatibility and transition to the adjacent sites. Again, shifting those loading docks onto the west side. The staff entered the complete report and agenda packet for the record, and our recommendation based upon considering the standards of review in the county's comprehensive plan for the future land use map amendment is that the Planning and Zoning Commission, serving as the local planning agency, evaluate the proposed future land use map amendment and recommend approval for the Board of County Commissioners to transmit this to the state and reviewing agencies with the presented sub-area policies and protections as displayed. And for the planned non-residential development, staff recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission evaluate the proposed PNRD rezoning and preliminary site plan, consider the site design and compatibility with the adjacent lands and uses, and recommend approval with the following conditions. First, prior to final site plan approval, the following actions. Of course, the finalized landscape plan, which is prescribed by our land development code. Prohibition on select activities to be embedded in that preserve area monitoring and management plan to avoid impacts to the vegetation that is sought for protection and enhancement to the east to serve as buffering. that the site plan be adjusted to specify the specific number of 6.23 acres of wetlands that would be preserved on site, and a slight increase over the numbers previously listed. The final site plan includes a note that the developer shall provide executed conservation easements over the preserved areas along with that PAMP management plan. That the environmental resource permit from the South Florida Water Management District be provided to verify limits of the wetlands. Should those wetlands expand or change over time prior to advancement of development, any site plan adjustments would need to be accounted for. And then, of course, an updated listed species survey closer to development in accordance with state and local requirements. The final site plan be revised so that the southeastern building relocates the truck loading to the west facade as displayed, with the buffering along the south boundary facing the Samba Street properties. That the fence or wall behind those properties be on the north side of the pond as denoted by the applicant's presentation of exhibits. That exterior lighting, the final design, be downcast and shielded to avoid any spillover to adjacent properties or any intrusion. That the final site plan provide vehicular access for that adjacent landlocked parcel to Kings Highway, and prior to the commencement of development, that be solidified to avoid any future impacts to Copenhagen Road and the property that's under preservation proposal. And of course, with the Public Works team, who partners with the South Florida Water Management District to evaluate final stormwater design for both water quality, volume of capacity, and capture, that the site development permit be required prior to improvement activities on site. The applicant has a presentation. Staff is available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. All right. So we have the applicant wants to come on up and present.
Good evening, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Chairman Benner, my name is Leslie Olson. I'm principal with District Planning Group, and I am representing this application this evening. Very, very happy to be here, and I know you're very happy to see this fall off your agenda. So I just want to orient you a little bit. Looks like it's a little skewed. In any case, we'll make it work. This is orienting you. Corey did a fantastic job putting all of this in context, so I'm going to skim through these so that we can get out of here a little sooner. It is nicely located between Orange Avenue and Okeechobee Road, with great access to the state's intermodal system, as Corey mentioned. It's one of these interesting sites that has great industrial assets for the front, and then you have to really be concerned about how you're going to integrate into this legacy large lot residential to the east. So when we submitted for low intensity MXD, so that's the lowest you can propose. And when staff came back and said, we'd like you to do low intensity MXD on the front and then commit in your comp plan that will be open space in the future, we're fine with that. We have no problem. Wanted to talk a little bit about future land use map amendment standards. This MXD was chosen because staff asked us to do it, and we're happy to do so. The other future land use that we could have asked for was industrial. And with the MXD future land use, it allows the county to have a lot more control over how this is developed, even from a comp plan standard. And I felt like that was appropriate given how close we were to the residential to the east. It has adequate public facilities. It will be served by FPUA, water and wastewater, and after it is developed, it will be annexed by the city of Fort Pierce. This is within their annexation area. The change conditions. You may or may not know that the Economic Development Council is working alongside both the City of Fort Pierce and St. Lucie County to develop a Kings Highway corridor plan so that we can create a Class A commerce center between, like, along the Kings Highway corridor area to take advantage of this great access to the state's intermodal system via the Turnpike and I-95, and create the kind of job creation and high-quality development that Southern Groves have seen and has attracted companies like Cheney Brothers and FedEx and others. The vision is from the county from quite some time is to create a jobs corridor with this Kings Highway because of its great access. This is the jobs corridor study area. The area in yellow shows the core study area. And then the wider study area is looking at what, how shall I say, what support services will be needed in order to make this a success. As I was talking about, it has access to 3 state intermodal access points within 3 miles. It's a mile to Orange and I-95, a mile, 1.7 miles to the Turnpike, and 2.25 miles to Okeechobee and I-95. This was the initial concept we brought forward to that first neighborhood meeting. So we were looking at very, very similar industrial pattern, but our initial idea was to create more large lot residential lots along the back of the area as the transition. And when we went to the, and that was about 11 single-family lots, and it would have access to the Samba Lake Circle area to the south. That's how they would access those properties. And then there would also be access to Copenhagen under this plan. At the neighborhood meeting, we had a lot of people come out who were really concerned about possible development of this site. And they actually told us, we like the industrial. The industrial is pretty quiet. It's a quiet user. What we don't want is residential. And we don't want any access to Copenhagen. And so we heard that, and we went back to the drawing board. This is a summary of those initial concerns. The traffic on Lake Circle, Copenhagen, Samba, just not supportable due to infrastructure. They were concerned about flooding, and so we made sure we put in plenty of stormwater retention. And they didn't like that we were taking out the wetlands to put in the residential lots. We thought that was all really good feedback, and we paid attention to all of it. So there's a portion, you'll see the wetlands there in the center and the preserved uplands all around it, but just to the north of those wetlands there, that is actually an area that has a lot of invasives right now. And so what we're going to do is take those invasives out and create new wetlands to go there. So all of this area will be either native habitat that is uplands or wetlands, either preserved or created. We're going to do 3 warehouse distribution buildings. There will be no access to the residential roads. The wetlands are preserved, new wetlands are created, and upland woods are preserved, creating a very significant buffer between the site and the neighbors on Copenhagen. I already said this, I'm not going to say this again. So the reason we continued from June is the parcel just to the north of that highlighted area. We found an access easement that provided access for that parcel because it's landlocked. So there was an access easement right where that yellow highlighted area is on the slide. There was also a drainage easement. So the only way that that parcel could be developed at this time would be if they cut through and got to Copenhagen. That was their access. We knew that the neighborhood, the Copenhagen neighborhood, did not want any additional traffic on that site, and it would also mess up our proposed wetlands, and we just didn't want to break that up. So we are proposing a new access point coming in from the traffic light on the northwest corner, and they'll actually access through our site to 2 new access points where you see them there, and then a new drainage easement there that will outfall into the wetland. So that original access that came out to Copenhagen will no longer be there, and we have agreement on this particular route. There's been some discussion on the part of staff of having a different kind of access into this area where it would go through the car area rather than the truck. We'll keep working with them and the property owner to see, how we want to, what works well there. But that was a last minute thing, so I don't have any updates on that at this point. So that light pink area that just came up, that was the proposed alternative. The other thing that Corey was talking about that we never got to agreement on is this back, the orientation of the large back building. The reason, I understand where he's coming from. Generally you want to face the truck area away from a residential area, and that is a good thing. And in planning, there are many good things, and you have to find your trade-offs of what is the best thing. I understand that the concern for sound is to flip it so that you don't have any backing issues with beeping. However, we did do a sound study and found that that was not an issue. And we do have our sound technician here to talk you through those things if you have any questions. The reason that we have changed, that we have designed it this way, are twofold. And I'm going to handle one of them, and Mike Miles with Dynamic Engineering is going to come up and talk to you about traffic, and so is Luke Lambert. He's our traffic engineer. The way it's laid out now, you can see the front of the building, the pretty side of the building, from Kings Highway. And that's important for the Kings Highway corridor to remain a Class A Commerce Park kind of area. We don't want to see the back ends of things if we can help it. If we have to, it's okay, but you really want this to be pretty. It's important for the future long-range development and property value of this area. The other issue we have is traffic. So I'm going to ask Mike Miles to come up now to speak to the internal traffic patterns and why we feel this is the better option.
Thank you, Leslie. Good evening, everyone. Mike Miles with Dynamic Engineering, offices at 100 Northeast 5th Avenue in Delray Beach. Mr. Benton did a great job of giving an overview of this whole entire project, and with a focus on the orientation of that eastern building. When you look at that in a localized fashion, one could argue that compatibility might suffer a little bit by this orientation, but this is an industrial park where the traffic and logistics and safety of the employees and the truck drivers is paramount importance. And so if you look at the graphic on your screen, what we have here is the internal truck path for the deliveries and the warehouse operations, and then the green is the intended passenger vehicle routing. So there's a planned 3/4 access at the northwest corner, which may or may not become a full traffic signal at some point, to capture the southbound traffic on Kings Highway with a direct access into the employee parking lot, along with the right in, right out access towards the southern end of the property. And by flipping that orientation, you would not have that direct access for the employees to reach the eastern building without conflicting with truck traffic. And so on the next slide, we have that same orientation where, and highlighted in black where it's an overlay between the red and the green, is where the conflict points internal to the site are introduced. So we felt, while perhaps this might be a little bit softening on the existing neighbors a little bit, the sound study revealed that we do not exceed the code for any of these different sound levels, but it would introduce daily conflicts between truck traffic and employee traffic, and that's just of paramount importance is the safety of the users of this site. Yep, thank you.
We also have our traffic engineer in case there are different, additional questions regarding this. So we'd also like to talk a little bit about, and Corey covered this as well, but this is the distance between that building to the east and Samba, the closest property line to Samba. It is quite a distance and a lot of vegetation along with a wall on the building side. And so that really cuts down your sound there. It's an enhanced landscape buffer. And now Samba Street neighbors will, when they look out their backyard, they will look out through vegetation. And if they see through that, they're going to see a lake and then more vegetation and then a wall. So in summary, our design is responsive to the neighborhood concerns. It's aligned with county staff's technical feedback. The wetlands and natural habitats are being created and preserved adjacent to the existing neighborhood. It supports economic development without burdening the neighborhood communities. It balances industrial utility with residential sensitivity. The DOT permits meet the requirements for the DOT Access Management Plan for Kings Highway. And we are taking care of the conflict with the landlocked parcel, providing better access than it has now. At our second neighborhood meeting, we heard strong support for the preservation and expansion of the wetlands. Stormwater management is consistent to maintain the integrity of flood management, appreciation of the removal of the single-family homes, and they liked the newly incorporated wetlands that provide a more visually appealing buffer. Do we have any questions?
Mr. Lowndes.
Ms. Olson, can you go back to show the overhead of this building in question?
That one?
Yeah, that one work. How far is it from the east side of this building to Sambo or to Copenhagen?
From the east side of the building to Copenhagen. Ooh, I don't have that. Mike?
500 feet or so.
It's about 500 feet.
Okay. Would enhanced landscaping east of this building in a form of vegetative barrier help alleviate some of the noise that would be created by these trucks if you don't switch?
There's so much vegetation that's there. I don't know that it would make any difference, but our sound expert is here and could talk to you about the sound issues.
Another question. Your 10-foot barriers, do they involve the land that is around the houses on Copenhagen?
10 foot?
Where are your barriers, your buffer barriers?
So, let me.
Go to your big overhead.
So I wish I had a pointer.
That will work. Your houses are in the white area.
Yes,
Okay. Is there buffer around this area?
yes, all of that area. So you see those truck parking spaces?
Correct.
To the south? Okay, so those truck parking spaces, that is the last before you get to wetlands and preserved habitat.
Okay, move your pointer to the east. Is that right there a buffer area
Yes.
along Copenhagen and the houses that are just north of that?
Yes.
And that's a 10-foot buffer?
Oh, it's about 300 feet from the building to the back of the lots.
How
No.
thick is the buffer area around the property that shields the houses on Copenhagen?
About 200 feet.
That's the buffer area?
Yeah,
And that's planted or native?
native. So they're big.
Where do you then have the 10-foot buffers that been mentioned in staff's report?
Corey?
Did I miss something or
I'm
add
not,
something?
I'm not, maybe I did.
Chair Benner, Commissioner Lowndes, if I may shift over to staff's presentation for some highlights. Along Kings Highway, we would have a minimum of a 15-foot landscape buffer. Along the south side near Zamba Street, augmenting the pond, we would have more than 10 feet of landscape plantings. Here, and we see this measurement of approximately 300 feet from the rear property lines of these residential lots along Copenhagen to the parking area. We have, as Leslie indicated, a wetland here that's over 3.5 acres in size. There's a 50-foot strip of space that would become the wetland buffer, and we look for native grasses and different things in there. But the other shaded area, those would be native trees, salt palmetto, pine trees, oak trees that are there. I know there's some Australian pines in select areas more to the north, and chances are that we'll need those to come out. We can map out some of the timing of when they're removed and then what goes back in to avoid other infill of exotic or invasive species, and talk about kind of the construction approach of timing with a final site plan. But the 10-foot landscape plantings that we typically see from private property adjacent to other private property would only have maybe a 4 to 6 foot tall hedge and a tree every 30 linear feet. What's being offered here at least 300 feet of buffering has a much more robust vegetation and plantings, trees than our standard requirement of code. If the Planning and Zoning Commission saw that the standards review needed to be fulfilled by prescribing that some of those plantings be installed along the eastern boundary of the truck parking or employee parking, depending upon the recommendation on that orientation, you certainly have that latitude to include in your recommendation to add as a layer of landscaping. But planning and environmental resources staff think that this is much more substantial than any new plantings that would be added.
Mr. Benton, Mrs. Olson, is it the plan of the developer to let this open area go natural with native vegetation, myrtles and such have you?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Lowndes, yes, it already is really very nice. I actually asked our environmental consultant who did our EIR, our environmental impact report, to come up and talk to you about the quality.
Yes. Chris Sapotnik with Ecological Consulting of Florida. Wanted to talk to you a little bit about it. I know you're concerned about the buffering that's there. So as is shown in this figure, well, can you go back to that one?
Yes, certainly.
Please.
Here's an area.
Grab
We'll go to that area
quick
next.
comparison here.
Okay.
I'm going to put them side by side. Thank you
So-
for your patience.
Very good. So what I wanted to let you know is boots on the ground, what it looks like there, and kind of know what's there. So Corey had already mentioned that, the county standard, if we were to replant this area, you'd have smaller trees, you'd have some openings and so forth. So the advantage that we have here is this is a very mature forested system. So we've got pine trees in there that are primarily along the back of the Copenhagen lots. With the wetland itself is a maple wetland, so it's forested. It's mature. The wetland that we are impacting is full of Brazilian pepper, so we're getting rid of that, which is a good thing. The actual being in there and working in that wetland, which is much closer than the buildings will be, you can't see any residential houses from there. It's got a dense understory in there. It's all mature. It's mostly in the preserve area. Is mostly good vegetation that's in there. That's all going to stay. We will commit to maintaining that and to make sure that it stays in good shape. The areas that we were talking about where we've got some Australian pines, those are going to come out because they're exotic, and that'll be replanted. But that's on the north end. But the primary area that you seem to have interest in is abutting Copenhagen, and that area is very dense, and I believe that's also why the homeowners were concerned about it and wanted to see a preserve in that area. But it's as thick as you want to see.
Sir, I'm well aware of native plants here in Florida and what happens, and I'd love to see that go back to native if you will control the Brazilian pepper, get rid of the Australian pines and the invasive material, and let the myrtles, let the palm trees, let the pine trees, let the natural stuff come back to that area. That'd be the best barrier you could ever create or plant. You couldn't plant one any better than that.
Yes, sir. And the other thing I'd like to comment too, so this wetland isn't a flag pond.
Pardon?
So it's not a flag pond. So
Right.
It's not something that you see across. It's heavily vegetated, heavily forested. So it's something that currently, as it sits right now, the wetland that's being preserved, it's going to create a tremendous buffer on its own. But on top of that, when we're looking to the east side of that wetland, we've got the forested areas that are upland, and those are very dense. They provide a great screen, a visual screen, and they create our sound guy can talk about it, but a sound barrier as well. So visually, I know where you're coming from, and you want to see stuff come back natural. The uplands that are around that are as natural as they can be. There's very little exotics in there. The stuff that comes out, it's only better in the area.
If you will maintain it as a company, you drive around this county and you see wet ponds that 6 months later are full of cattails and myrtles and overgrowth that are not maintained.
Sir, as a
That's
part
not
of
good.
this, we commit to the perpetual maintenance of this preserve.
Can I lease it for cattle?
They might get their feet wet.
Thank you. You've convinced me that you're headed in the right direction on the buffers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Slate?
So for me, I think you did a great job. I like the plan.
Thank you.
My house backs up to an industrial property. I'm 30 feet to their property line. I'm a lot closer than this is. You hear the occasional truck or this, that, and the other, but it's not anything that's overbearing at all. Like, you can sit out there all night long and not be bothering. Those trucks go all night long and all this. So I think you guys did a great job. I do like that you put access to the landlocked parcel. I agree with you that you don't need to flip the building. It's plenty far enough away, because once again, if you've got 200 something feet right there, I can tell you from the back of my property to across the industrial property that I'm backed up to is less than 200 feet. So you're beyond anything that I would have, and it's not that big of an issue for me. You wouldn't have all the beeping and stuff if they're able to roundabout anyway, and things like that. As somebody who runs a business, I would tell you, I agree with your traffic study on the fact that, everything is flow in, flow out, right? We want, it's always path of least resistance. Like when you think about going somewhere or hitting a business, it's like, man, if I have to do a U-turn or cut across this or any of those obstacles that you see, you're less likely to go to that place, right? And so you need good flow in and out. And I think you guys did a great job, man. I think you knocked it out of the park. And when it comes to the preserve, I normally don't say this, right? But I just think you did a great job. I have a lot of people I know that live on Copenhagen. I'm very familiar with that area. And I think that you thought about everything that you could. And you could tell that you guys have put some work into it. So I'm good, man. I think you did a great job.
Thank you
That's
so
just
much.
my 2 cents.
Ms. Johns? Did you have something?
Yeah. Ms. Olson, just once again, if your company that does this goes ahead and maintains the preserved area to the natural that it is, it will be a showcase for future developments of this type nature. We need more companies that will recognize the need, recognize the way to do it, and then do it. My hat's off to your company
Thank
for
you so
doing
much.
this.
All right, Mr. Bradley?
So I'm going to jump on board with those guys. I do have a couple other things, but I do applaud you. Living on an acreage neighborhood like ourselves, I've seen the influx, and the fact that you came and presented us something that you cared, and instead of just shoving it down our throats or the neighbors' throats, you created a solution. We don't see that rarely ever. I applaud you. I applaud you keeping it natural as you can. I'm a little opposite on Bo. I mean, I don't disagree with flipping it. I think that would work also. I think if you guys are open-minded, which it seems to be, maybe if you added a 10-foot buffer just on the backside of those parking spots, But at the end of the day, it's not a make or break for me. The fact that you were open-minded, you cared, you put forward the best efforts for our citizens, because this could be way worse, as we can see and maybe might see tonight. You know, we don't know. But at the end of the day, I appreciate you looking to the future, but also caring for what is there and what is in the past. What I do have a question about the zoning is, and it's probably more of a Corey question, this doesn't open us up to any liability of the Live Local Act under the zoning, where they can just pull the plug and say, hey, I'm going 15 units per acre and I'm coming after you.
Chair Benner, Commissioner Bradley, under the most recent iteration of the State of Florida Live Local Act, planned development zoning districts, PUDs, PNRDs, and similar that have areas designated for commercial or industrial uses have the capacity for eligibility under the Live Local Act. Therefore, I don't think the site would be explicitly immune from it. However, what I would submit is that by integrating a preliminary development plan with this level of detail that the applicant has provided, it would require a substantial modification for almost all residential designs to be able to fit. The reason being, this preliminary plan assigns the preservation and buffering conservation lands. It assigns access and drive aisles, parking areas, and the county has a building spacing formula. And so the Live Local Act, just in summary, for those commercial and industrial designated sites, they could propose up to the county's maximum density level, which is 15 dwelling units per acre, without a rezoning, without Board of County Commissioners authorization, if certain metrics are met for affordable housing. But at the core of it, it has to meet local land development code and comprehensive plan standards. And when you try to adapt a preliminary plan that's set up and laid out for non-residential use like this with larger building footprints, when you try to transcribe that into the county's land development code to comply with building spacing formulas and different aspects, I think it would be challenging to retrofit this plan without it revisiting a lot of different processes. So to answer your question, I can't say with confidence that it wouldn't be eligible, and because I do think the terms would allow someone to approach that, but I think it would be quite challenging given the level of detail and what's being built into this preliminary plan.
Thank you.
Quick question. Can we go to in Ms. Olson's presentation, the first iteration of the layout? You had the front two buildings flipped, where all your semis would have been in between those two buildings, and the east building flipped as well, right?
Yes.
I think that's a good layout, because you're trading off seeing semis from Kings from that back building, which is probably going to get screened by whatever happens to the front parcel, and you're encapsulating all your semis in the middle. Was it changed because of the future traffic signal alignment, or?
That's right, yeah. So obviously this was done many years ago at this point, when Kings Highway was under construction for that planned access point for the 3/4, and that was locked in place. We couldn't change it. So that in turn kind of ripple effect through the entire development plan, and that's what changed, in addition to, some of the feedback from the neighbors, et cetera. But it was primarily driven by the DOT access points.
And with that, the plan being that getting signalized, there's no way to adopt this type of layout to that?
Not safely,
really?
yeah, not really. There's a lot of truck traffic that would go through there, and this is the better orientation, so.
While you're up here, what's the likeliness? I mean, it's not a hidden secret. U-turns are not been the greatest success recently. What's the likeliness they're going to be putting in a stoplight in there?
Yeah.
They're going to have to.
This northern access point that you see up on the screen right now aligns with the Pruitt Commerce Center main entrance. As such, with both of those together, it does qualify for a signal, and the plan is to signalize.
And what's the time frame of this plan? Would it be after your construction or during your construction?
2050.
It's the Pruitt Commerce Center project, which is also my project, is planning on doing the signal, and they are full steam ahead.
Okay, so you're basically going to try to build these simultaneously,
Yes.
relatively.
Anything else for staff or the applicant? All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Olson.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. If we have any member of the public that would like to address the board on this agenda item, come on down. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good
And-
evening. The name is Anthony
Excuse-
Stracuzzi.
Sorry,
Live-
Chair.
Yes.
If we could just specify on the record, are we opening public comment for 9A? Because I know
9A.
we did them jointly.
Uh,
They were presented sort of jointly, so we're opening for 9A currently,
Just for
correct?
9A, yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Name is Anthony Stracuzzi. I live over at 1862 Copenhagen Road, and talking about the Fort Pierce Commerce Center. And listening to this and from following up, we are for it, and we appreciate the consideration that it is not residential. Just seeing what they're building over on Jenkins Road with the apartments and the traffic and the future crime that may come up. We appreciate that this is all industrial, and it just seems to be very well thought up and in consideration for all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other member of the public on agenda item 9A? Come on down.
My name's Jack Privateer. I'm right on Copenhagen Road. To talk to you about what you were asking about, from the road to the end of our property is 399 feet.
Real quick, could you just state your address for the record, please?
1751 Copenhagen.
Okay, thank you.
What you were talking about from the road to the back of our property on that side is 399 feet. So according to what I just saw with I think it was 300 feet buffer from the back of our property. I thought I saw something. That would be close to 700 feet buffer to the road. And it is very heavily wooded. If possible, later on, if we notice some noise or something, if the wall could be continued, you have that south wall going along the parking lot next to the pond. And in the future, if something could be put in where that wall could be extended if we do get excessive noise. And I know what you're talking about. You should hear 95 on the east wind. It's crazy out there.
Yeah, turnpike.
Oh, same thing. And other than that, the plan looks great. I mean, it is what it is. It's going to happen. I would vote for it too. Any other questions?
As a resident along there, you don't have a problem letting that preservative area go as more natural as it can go?
It is. It's very full right now.
Good deal.
I just have to clean around my fence so I can clean my fence.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, any other member of the public for agenda item 9A? Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for discussion and/or a motion.
I'll motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mr. Bradley,
Second.
second by Mr. Slay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes with unanimous consent. We'll go to agenda item 9B. I will go ahead and skip the presentations. We'll just go to public comment for 9B. Do we have any member of the public? Seeing none. You do? 9B? All right, come on down.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Chair. Lainey Francisco with Jones Foster, 505 South Flagler Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida. I'm appearing on behalf of Bright Brown Incorporated. The company's representative, Rulaine Brown, is also present in the audience. We are the landlocked parcel that was identified in yellow with the access. We are here to express our support for the project. We plan to continue to work with the developer on agreeing on an access easement, and thank you for your time this evening.
Awesome. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. All right.
Just to clarify, it's not going to be an acrylic comment?
9B is just the, it's this exact same one.
9C is per comment.
Yes. All right, seeing no other members for the public on 9B, we will close public comment and come back to the board for a motion or discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Lowndes.
I move to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Mr. Lowndes, second by Mr. Neese. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries by unanimous consent. Next up would be agenda item 9C. Mr. Benton.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, agenda item 9C, which was duly noticed for consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission this evening for the proposed future land use map amendment to create the Pruitt Commerce Center mixed use land use category with associated sub-area policies. Staff, again, we met public notice. We presented the agenda packet in our publication last week. Earlier today, we received correspondence from the applicant's representatives requesting that this body entertain an action to continue the matter until its January 15th, 2026 meeting to begin at 6 p.m. or soon thereafter. There are some published sub-area policies as recommended by staff pertaining to potential roadway improvements and certain agreements that the applicant is seeking additional time to coordinate with staff on. So staff is recommending that this body hold the public hearing. If we have members of the present today in the public that would like to address this committee, they certainly have the opportunity through the public hearing to address it. Or should the commission take that action to continue to January 15th, 2026, they would have an opportunity at that hearing should it proceed.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so this is a public hearing. We'll go ahead and open up to the public. So this is for the Pruitt Center. Come on down, name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Clark, and I live at 526 Campbell Road. I'm a native Floridian and a small business owner in our county, and I have worked very hard in my life to get to a point where I get to live out off of Campbell Road. And I live with pastures, and I go out in the back pasture, and I get to see the stars. My neighbors are cows. I want to be clear, this is not an anti-development position. However, I believe in strategic development and strategic growth. These warehouses that have been going up along the Kings Highway corridor have caused significant issues across the board. There's increased potholes, there's traffic congestion. It's caused drivers to take the neighboring roads to try to avoid all of that traffic congestion. Before I left tonight, I dealt with a 9-year-old little girl who had a meltdown because we will not allow her to go out and ride her bike because it is not safe. In addition to the traffic congestion, there's potholes. You can't even run up to Wawa anymore to get gas because you're avoiding all of the semi trucks that park at Wawa overnight well into the morning, and the potholes that are large enough to break your axle. There's documented environmental impacts. I know a lot of the people that are owning these companies that are building on Kings Corridor, they live in concrete jungles. They're not used to being able to go outside and see stars. However, with all the traffic congestion from all of the semi-trucks, that increases air pollution. I'd like to be able to continue to see stars in my backyard. There's also stormwater runoff issues. When they're building these large warehouses, it's a lot of pavement. It changes the stormwater drainage. My pastures are getting more and more flooded. This puts my livestock at risk. It puts neighboring livestock at risk of infectious diseases and all of the other things that are carried in the stormwater. One of the things that's probably most important to me in my field as a nurse and a healthcare provider is the risk for increased crime and human trafficking. We are already at a huge increase for human trafficking due to our proximity to I-95 and the Turnpike. The more warehouses that come into our location, the more congestion and trucking, that further increase risk for human trafficking and major crime disorders. Lastly, I think it's interesting that we have these meetings in this conference room with pictures of Adams Ranch and cattle. We are more and more getting rid of cattle. Florida farmers are being squeezed left and right. A lot of that is outside of our control. We can't do anything about it. It comes way above our pay grade. This, we can do something about this. I live in Fort Pierce for a reason. I love where I live. When my family comes up from Broward and they see, they're jealous because my neighbors are cows. If we continue to approve these warehouses going up all along this corridor and we leave no space for greenery or cattle, it's going to change where we live so substantially that we will become the concrete jungle that a lot of people moved here to get out of. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Where did she live?
Campbell.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the public for agenda item 9C? Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for a motion to continue.
So moved, we continue to the next meeting in January.
Second.
All right, motion by Mr. Lowndes, second by Mr. Neese to continue till January's meeting. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, unanimous consent. Next up, 9D Indrio Groves. It's Miss Irene.
Eileen, you got your hair cut.
See, we both wore red tonight, so.
Good evening, Chair Binner, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission.
1 second, Irene.
Chair Benner, I apologize for the interruption, sir, but for the record, my name is Robert Raines. I'm a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant this evening. And this is a quasi-judicial hearing, I believe, and so we would like to have the witnesses sworn in if we could. And then when I come up, we'll have our witnesses sworn in also.
I don't have this as quasi-judicial in my stuff.
Chair Benner, it is a site-specific action for rezoning, therefore it's considered quasi-judicial. The Planning and Zoning Commission is a recommending body, therefore we won't have a final definitive outcome of the petition, but it should proceed as a quasi-judicial matter.
And what is the request to do?
Request that anybody who's going to testify be sworn in.
To testify?
Well, yeah, yes.
Are you asking that staff be sworn in?
Yes.
Staff and also our team also.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Do I do that, or does the attorney do that?
Typically, it's done by the recording secretary. And I apologize. I'm trying to be difficult.
Mrs. Sotomayor, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do our team in a minute when they come up. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, Chair Binner, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, good evening. Irene Settlemeyer, a senior planner with the Planning and Development Services Department. And tonight's agenda item is the request to amend the official zoning atlas with a preliminary development plan for the Indrio Groves Hamlet PUD. This public hearing was properly noticed with a sign on the property, mailed notice to all owners of property within 500 feet, and publication in the newspaper. I received inquiries from one property owner. Additionally, the applicant hosted a couple of neighborhood meetings that were fairly well attended. People had a chance to look at the visuals and ask questions. The subject property is 1,027 acres, 1,027.11 acres, plus or minus. The property is located adjacent to the shared boundary between Indian River County and St. Lucie County, north and east of Interstate 95, and east of the Spanish Lakes neighborhood. It currently is zoned AG1, Agricultural 1, which allows one dwelling unit per acre that also requires a minimum lot area of 1 acre. Most of the land in the surrounding area is also Ag 1, though you can see there are a couple, Spanish Lakes is a PUD. This property has been rezoned for PUD but not yet developed. We have the planned retail workplace to the south, which is Bedner Farms, and there were a couple planned country subdivision approvals. That's a zoning district planned country subdivision that have not been developed. The proposed zoning is PUD, a hamlet form of PUD. So in the staff report, I gave some detail about the history of the towns, villages, and countryside comprehensive plan and land development code. The ability to rezone to PUD and develop a hamlet came into effect last year. This proposed preliminary development plan, again, 1,027 acres. They're proposing development of 3,081 dwellings. About 83% will be detached single family, 7% townhomes, and about 10% apartments. They propose 432 acres of open space. They propose the dedication of 24 acres for a future kindergarten to 8th grade school site, and about 11 acres, under 11 acres for right-of-way dedication for Cobelgard Road and Spanish Lakes Boulevard, I guess gets a little. And they also are proposing a small commercial node, about 9.2 acres, that would allow up to 40,000 square feet of commercial space, including a child care center. So the Indrio Groves Hamlet PUD, it was able to increase density from 1 dwelling unit an acre to up to 3 dwelling units an acre by committing 9% of the dwelling units to be dedicated to workforce housing and by providing a child care center on site. The Indrio Groves Hamlet PUD is able to reduce the amount of the minimum open space from 60% to 40% by providing a mix of residential, civic, and common open space. I left the second part of this clause off. To get to 50% open space, it's a mix of residential, civic uses, and common open space, and active and passive recreation within 1/4 mile of a majority of the residents. And then also the commitment to provide at least 1 local store provided on site, supporting the daily needs of residents. So this is the way they seek to be qualified for 3 dwelling units an acre and to provide 40% minimum open space, and that's consistent with what's provided in the comprehensive plan and the land development code. So, this is the preliminary development plan. It's difficult to, the scale of the property is difficult to present on one PowerPoint slide, but it's a mile along the northern boundary. That's a mile, and then from the northern end to the southern end, which of course it's not as much property here, but that's almost 2 miles. It's about 1.6 miles in area. On this preliminary development plan, you can see some of the different proposed lot types. So the yellow area, that is 35-foot wide and 40-foot wide lots. That represents about 1/3 of the proposed lots. The white area is 60 and 50-foot wide lots. That also represents about 1/3 of the area, the 50 and 60-foot wide lots. This pink area around the town center, the amenity center and community green, and over near the school and commercial site, those are alley-loaded, detached single-family dwellings on 40-foot wide lots. That will represent about 11% of the dwelling units. The green lots along the northern side of the property, those are proposed 70-foot wide lots to help make the transition to the kind of residential estate lots and agriculture north of the canal in Indian River County. That's about 3% of the residential lots are proposed to be 70 feet. The orange in here are rear-loaded out. That means the parking, residential off-street parking and garages will be accessed from rear alleys. And those are the townhouses, and that represents about 7% of the total dwellings. Down in this corner is the proposed multifamily. 328 dwelling units are proposed for that area. We have the school site on Cobelgard Road near the entrance to the property, and the commercial area both north and south of that main boulevard or main street coming in off Cobelgard Road. The project proposes several external roadway improvements. The highlights here are the proposal to construct Russos Road, consistent with the North County future roadway plan between Cobelgard and Johnston, and then to construct Cobelgard Road from just north of Spanish Lakes Boulevard up to their property entrance. Cobelgard is proposed as a two-lane road within the existing 60-foot right-of-way, one sidewalk along the western side to be provided. The sidewalk along the eastern side will follow when and if this area develops. The traffic impact report for Indrio Groves projects somewhere in the vicinity of 23 to 24,000 vehicles per day when it's fully developed. There's a roundabout proposed on Spanish Lakes Boulevard. That will be the use of that shared by the Indrio Groves residents and the Spanish Lakes residents, and also a roundabout here at Cobelgard and Russos. The proposed internal roadway system is presented here. They're really adhering to the proposed, to the TVC design standards with regard to sidewalks on both sides of the street, landscape zones in between the sidewalk and the curb to create a nice buffer for pedestrians on the sidewalk and provide shade for the sidewalk. They have 5 different street sections, 5 different rights-of-way, as presented here. The 110 is the main road coming in. It will have 8-foot sidewalks on either side. This, which will be between the 2 commercial areas, is 100 feet. It also has 8-foot sidewalks on both sides. Then you have the 80-foot right-of-way. You have 50-foot right-of-way in this townhouse area, and the rear-loaded 40-foot wide single-family houses. That will have on-street parking, and then the blue designated on-street parking. The blue are 50-foot rights-of-way, where any kind of one-street parking will be more informal type one-street parking. This is just an illustrative street section of the 50-foot wide. You can see the 6-foot sidewalk, the nice 8-foot area for trees and street lamps, the 2-foot curb, the 20-foot section for the travel lanes. This one shows on-street parallel parking, and then the other sidewalk. This is the same 50-foot right-of-way without on-street parking. This is to show the creativity brought to the street design, that so even where there's on-street parking, they can continue the nice street tree section by having like 2 parking spaces and a tree, 2 parking spaces and a tree. So it'll be a nice, very nice street section. So one of the issues that got a lot of attention in the staff report is the issue of connectivity with the external, both internally and externally. That was one of the main fundamental premises of the TVC, is that we wanted to create a well-connected street network, a well-connected street grid, so people have many options to get from point A to point B, and not everyone is funneled through the same couple of intersections. There are some natural obstacles to connectivity with this site. As I already pointed out, there's a mile-long boundary that buffers or abuts a canal, so it's very expensive to cross canals, and of course then it would require coordination with Indian River County to build any kind of connection across that canal. And then there's the existing Spanish Lakes Fairways development along the western side, so there's no, that's already developed, it's not possible to create connectivity there. They are providing an emergency access only for Spanish Lakes, both for this group of people can get out that way if need be, and Spanish Lakes, which just has the one entrance now, will also have an alternative means to leave their community in the event of an emergency. There's the main entrance to Cobelgard Road, and then I'll show you on the next screen the entrance to Spanish Lakes Boulevard. So, ideally, a property this size and a project this size would have more external connectivity. It's difficult because the two reasons I pointed out, to the north and to the west. To the east and to the south, there isn't really a road network to connect to yet. And the Cobelgard is a dirt road at this point. It's only going to be built to here. In the future, when Cobelgard is constructed up along, it'll cut through this way and up here. There's a provision for a gated entry so these residents could get onto Cobelgard without having to come down and through the main area. We're suggesting that the applicant consider providing for connectivity between the multifamily apartments and the future Russos Road, and also consider provision for connectivity again in the future when and if the development in this area warrants improvement of this road. Right now there's some estate lots, people are living on, they're on 40-acre lots, 35-acre lots. I don't think they necessarily want a road improved at this point in time through there, but at some time they may, and we want the people who are living here and maybe using whatever's here to be able to get out to Cobelgard that road that way and perhaps up to Russo's. Not everybody has to go down to Indrio Road. So the spacing, from this main entrance to the southern area, it's more than a mile. Ideally, we would have several streets connecting, but that's not possible at this point in time. Similarly, this spacing here between the northern part of the property and this main, that's 3/4 of a mile. The TVC is looking for a road network on 1/4 mile and 1/2 mile grid, but for the reasons I stated, it's not quite possible yet here. So talking about internal connectivity, the TVC hamlet permits the neighborhoods to be gated. It doesn't say, it says they may be gated. So that will be something for the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners to consider. The green area here, and coming in on the main road, and this green area and up to this roundabout, those roads will all be accessible to the public. Then neighborhood A, here's a gate for neighborhood A, a gate for neighborhood B, gates for neighborhood F, gates for neighborhood G, gate for neighborhood H. There's a very robust system of connectivity with the sidewalks and the walking trails. There's very good pedestrian connectivity. There's proposed pedestrian bridges across the canal on both sides there and on both sides here. Staff is suggesting that we're not recommending this as a condition of approval, but we're suggesting something that warrants additional consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission and also by the applicant. The idea of possible vehicular connectivity between neighborhood B and neighborhood D, and between neighborhood G and neighborhood D. And this is one, to be able to access the school and the commercial area without going out of your way, without going from this point here, 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 and here. That brings a lot of extra traffic around the amenity center and the community green when to be able to go across that way. Now, it involves crossing canals, and this could be, it could be such that it remains gated, but that people from neighborhood G would be able, people from neighborhood D would be able to go back and forth to this neighborhood and similarly get into this neighborhood. Or it could be that B and G being closer to the center of the community with the school and the commercial areas, perhaps it could be considered that those neighborhoods don't get gated, and that the gating be more limited to the neighborhoods that are naturally already somewhat isolated, with being adjacent to Spanish Lakes fairways and adjacent to canals, so they're already a little bit set apart. So those are things that we look for some input from the Planning and Zoning Commission on. It provides for future access once Kobelgard Road is built. Okay. So switching to common open space, the project proposes more than 43% common open space, 432 acres. And we'll be happy to see that the lakes are not a majority of the open space. The lakes are a substantial part of the open space. But in this case, there is a robust network of walking paths, landscape walking paths, all around the flowway. Go back. So, all along this landscape buffer, there's walking trails. There's a walking trail all along all this area. So it's really activating and there's access from the neighborhoods to the walking trails in numerous places. In the staff report, I highlighted every one of those connections from the neighborhoods to the walking path. There's walking trails along this flowway. So it really activates the lakes, like we have been trying to get from many of the developments that have been presented to you. I pointed out that the amenity campus, the 17.51 acres, that's what it is now. In the future, if it's possible that that number may be reduced because some of the use of that space won't qualify for open space. For example, parking or mail kiosks, an office for the property owners association, that kind of thing. So the final number will be adjusted when final site plans are prepared, more detailed plans. The single-family lots, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's many different single-family lots, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 different lot sizes proposed, and then within those there's even more deviation. There's lot width deviation and potential lot depth deviation. That would mean that the area in square feet is not quite known yet. So they propose about 33% of the units will be in 35 and 40-foot wide lots. They say the typical lot depth is 130 feet, but the minimum lot depth will be 110. And similarly with the 50 and 60-foot wide lots, the typical lot depth will be 130. The minimum lot depth will be 110. So it results in substantially different sized lots anywhere. And like this green line, it could be a lot that's 3,850 square feet, or it could be 5,200 square feet. And this one, 5,500 to 7,800. The largest lots are proposed are the 70-foot wide lots, 130-foot depth at 9,100 square feet. Those are 3% of the proposed lots. So the Planning and Zoning Commission may wish to think about or to recommend that that there be some maybe minimum percentage of these 35 and 40-foot wide lots and the 50 and 60-foot wide lots, some minimum percentage or number that achieve the larger size within that category. The townhome lots represent about 7% of the total units. They also have a typical lot depth of 125 feet, but the lot typicals provide for 80-foot lot minimum, so that again creates some deviation within that lot type, anywhere between 1,280 square feet up to a corner unit with 35-foot wide lot up to 4,375 square feet. There's a natural difference between the internal units, the end units, and the corner units. There's some provision with regard to the setbacks that if you're adjacent to open space and different things, but that's what we have there. If the Planning and Zoning Commission thinks it's important to try to narrow this range a little bit, you may suggest that that some minimum percentage be committed to be the larger lots in each of those categories. The setbacks basically for all the lots are pretty similar. There's a 15-foot front setback for the house, a minimum 22-foot front setback for the garage. That's our standards require a 22-foot driveway to accommodate a car. They're proposing 5-foot side setbacks on all the lots with a 2-foot side setback for accessory structures. Corner lots have a 15-foot wide setback, except if they're adjacent to common open space that exceeds 10 feet, then that side corner lot can be reduced to 5. The rear setback is just 10 feet, and for accessory structures, they're proposing a minimum setback of 3 feet. In our conventional residential single-family lots, the side setback is 7.5 feet, and the rear setback is 15 feet, and that may be something that the Planning and Zoning Commission may wish to make suggestions about. So this is something that we have not even discussed this with the applicant previously. I always forget about this building spacing formula. Building spacing formula applies to townhouses as well to multifamily dwellings. And I think in this case it's probably inappropriate, and I would like to get on the record that staff would be recommending for the townhouse units in Indrio Groves that the building spacing formula would not apply. I'm not making that recommendation at this point with regard to the multifamily because we don't have enough details about building height and building size to make any recommendation. Just making some presumptions about a 40-foot deep townhouse, not the lot, but the building itself, 40 feet deep, assuming it's 25 feet high, 2 stories with fairly generous ceiling height. That would require the townhouses to be 45, from one building to another require 45 feet separation. And in the more urban kind of setting for this town center, that may be excessive. And so staff would recommend that for the townhouses, we say that they are not, we make it clear they are not obligated to adhere to the building spacing formula. So the staff recommended conditions of approval, prior to Staff is recommending approval, and we are recommending a few items for conditions. One, this first one is something that's in the code. It will be a condition of approval that it be set forth how the common open space will be dedicated, whether it's going to all be dedicated at once up front, whether it's going to be dedicated in phases as they develop and plat, and whether they're going to do it through restrictive recording of easements. So we'll have to spell that out and put that in the development order. With regard to the landscape plan along Spanish Lakes Boulevard and in front of the multifamily housing, first, like in the staff report, I referenced a recommendation of a 50-foot buffer. Well, thank goodness they are better thinkers than I am. They provide for already a 100-foot landscape buffer along Spanish Lakes Boulevard. But because of the potential, the noise from I-95, staff is recommending that the 100-foot landscape typical buffer have more trees and shrubs down the slope and less sod to better buffer the noise from the roadway. Staff is recommending that the landscape plan be revised to provide some small trees or shrubs in the 4-foot wide space between the rear driveways. Otherwise, we could have just like 60 feet of pavement down the side of the alley. Then prior to final site plan approval, we will need to develop a detailed phasing plan for the development thresholds that will require the development of the amenity center, the central green, the landscape buffers and walking trails, the child care center, the local store. You know, some, okay, a certain number of units, this needs to be online. At this number of units, this needs to be online, so that we make sure all the amenities don't wait till the end. More detailed phasing plan for the 9% of the units that will be workforce housing will be developed. We'll need to get into a little more detail on the street lighting for both internal streets and for Coble Garden, Russos Road. And then also addressing, you know, this might be built out, this project, over many years. So people will be living there while other neighborhoods are being built. So we want to provide for the construction access points, protect the roads that are constructed, but also address some reasonable parameters for hours of construction activity for the residents who are living there. Now these are real details, but prior to board approval of the preliminary development plan, we have to get a tree survey and a tree mitigation plan. A tree survey has been submitted, but it has not yet been thoroughly reviewed, and the tree mitigation plan. So that will be a condition of approval for the final development plan, or excuse me, I'll have to get with it. The code says we need it before on the preliminary development plan. And then some small modifications to the environmental impact report summary, and ERD is looking for the landscape buffer typicals for the southernmost portion of the proposed development along Spanish Lakes Boulevard. So the staff recommendation is that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that the proposed amendment of the zoning atlas from AG1 to PUD and the preliminary development plan for the subject 1,027 acres be approved, subject to staff's recommendations, including the building spacing formula, and subject to the Planning and Zoning Commission's input regarding vehicular connectivity between the neighborhoods D and B and G and D, future connectivity of the multifamily site to the north and the east, consideration of increasing minimum side and rear setbacks, and perhaps minimum percentages for the larger lots in each category of lot types. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Of course, the applicant's team is here also ready to make a presentation, and I want to just thank them for the good working relationship and good spirits in coming forward, trying to get a plan that might be approved.
Thank you very much. A couple quick questions for staff. Do we have any other projects in the area that have lot sizes of 16 to 20 feet for townhomes or 35 feet for single family that you could think of?
Yes, and, we're getting increasingly, people are proposing these small lots. And I was telling Corey that I grew up in a 16-foot wide house. So first I was going to say, we don't want any 16-foot wide houses. And then I said, well, I lived in one and it was pretty comfortable. We had a lot more yard than these 16-foot townhouses are getting these days. But the Bednar Farms neighborhood, the northeast section, they have 35-foot lots. They actually got approval initially for 30-foot wide lots. Staff did not support the 30-foot single-family lots, but our wishes or input didn't prevail. It was approved, but then they since came back and eliminated the 30-foot wide lots and provided for 35-foot wide lots. The towns, villages, and countryside code anticipates 16-foot wide townhouses, and it anticipates 30 and 35-foot wide lots. But it provides for those lots to not have front driveways. It provides for the parking to be in the rear, so you can still have a continuous sidewalk that's uninterrupted by cars coming and going and perhaps parking. It makes all the difference in the world on those narrow lots if the parking is accessed from the rear.
Chair Benner, and if I may, Corey Benton, Planning and Zoning Commission, Planning and Zoning Manager for the record. And Madam Secretary, I do swear to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Benton.
Chair Benner, the Bednar Farms townhome lot widths are set at 22 feet in width, at least for the interior lots. When you get out to the corner end units, I believe they have a 10-foot side setback. Therefore, those end cap lots would be closer to 32 feet, the boundaries.
But the units themselves are 22.
And then what were the side and rear setbacks on those lots, townhomes and single families? Do you remember?
12 feet for the townhomes, Chair Benner, 12 feet to the facade, 7 feet to a porch. Was technically on the front side because those townhomes were rear loaded, and we had a minimum of 22 feet to the edge of the alleyway, which transcribes into a minimum of 18 feet as the rear setback.
Okay. And then the houses in there, did that go at 7.5 on the side spacing or 5?
5 on the sides. And originally, the northeast single-family lots, and there's different nodes and communities, but the northeast detached single-family originally had only 5 feet building to building, and that's since been increased to 10 feet, so a 5 and 5 on each lot.
Okay. And that also had 9 dwelling unit per acre type of densities in that project, correct? So it was meant for higher density based on the land, right?
That's accurate, Chair Benner. The Bednar Farms development, which you may recall, had a mixed-use land use category prior to adoption of the TVC. It had a blend of 9 units per acre closer to the interchange with 5 units per acre surrounding it. They had 3 different partitions, if you will, with the commercial town center right at the interchange west of Coblegard Road. They had a single-family community with roughly 50 to 60-foot wide lots at the northwest corner, and then the small lot detached single-family units and townhomes attached at the northeast corner, and then a reserved multifamily option along Indra Road at the southeast. But yes, pre-TVC adoption, they had a blend of 5 and 9 units per acre, which supported that higher concentration and density of units.
Okay. Mr. Lowndes.
Ms. Sedemeyer, Mr. Benton, do we have any thoughts in the developer to add parks and recreation on all these lakes or some of these lakes? Is that in their provisions? We got a lot of lakes. Doesn't seem like we got much access to them.
I will say the applicant will have, has better illustrations, but, you can see this project has done the best I've seen thus far in creating public access. So here along the north side, there's some green space here. Whoops. Okay, thank you. So here's green space here along this, and green space here, green space on the side, and then the trail goes all the way along. Here the neighborhood has green space and connection to the trail, a little green space there. A little bit of green space here where you can access the trail. Here's some green space to look at the lake and access the lake and access the trail. So green space, green space. Now there are these internal lakes, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on this image. Those internal lakes don't appear to have dedicated open space to access them. They will be surrounded by the individual homes that will have.
We allowed them to use the open space of these lakes for their density?
For their open space, yes. Doesn't affect their density, it affects their open space, yes. The code allows open space, the stormwater basins to count as open space. Here, there's a nice green space above an area to observe and enjoy the views of the flowway. On the southern part, here's access to the trail, a little green space to access the trail, green space to access the trail. Here's green space here and here.
One of my points has always been if we're going to have an open space in an area that they provide recreational facilities at some of these things, and I'll get into that with the applicant. Another question for you. We've got 44%, do I read that right, that are going to be 35 or 40 foot lots?
About 33%, it's plus or minus 33% are proposed to be 35 or 40 foot wide.
I still am not convinced that a developer can put a house on a 40-foot lot, let alone a 35-foot lot, that will return taxes equal to the amount of services that development will demand over the period of time. I don't know how they're going to do it. And now we're looking at 30-foot lots, 35-foot lots.
Yes, sir.
The buffer area along I-9, is it along Spanish Lake Road? Is that still in question?
The plan calls for in front of this multifamily apartments, it provides for a 100-foot landscape buffer. It looks like the landscape buffer continues down here. It's 100 feet.
Wide?
Staff, 100 feet wide. Staff is asking for consideration of additional planting on the slopes and less sod. It's a berm. I might have an illustration in here.
Ms. Edelmeyer, that's fine, as long as staff can impress upon the developer that the density works. The more dense.
Here's there's more than one 100-foot perimeter buffer, but this is the 100-foot perimeter buffer without a 6-foot path. So you can see there's a nice berm and trees and shrubs.
I encourage staff to make sure that density is dense.
Anything else?
That's it.
Mr. Bradley.
Can you go back to the entrances? I'm a little confused. Is the main entrance going to be off of I think it's Savannah Club Boulevard or whatever.
Spanish Lakes.
Spanish Lakes Boulevard.
Well, that will be the initial one. This one is expected to be constructed first.
And how many lanes is that?
Spanish Lakes Boulevard, I believe, is one each direction.
And what's the density of Spanish Lakes?
Something like 3.6 dwelling units an acre.
What's the population there, do you know, or the
I don't know the
housing?
population. 2.5. Let me see. I have some of that data. Let's see. 2.54 people per house is what the Census Bureau says St. Lucie County has.
So I'm assuming the applicant's traffic study says that's a good road for the amount of density they're proposing?
Yes. Well, they had a traffic impact report that it gets scrutinized by several reviewers. FDOT generally looks at it. The county Public Works Department looks at it. The engineering staff. And the St. Lucie County hires engineers in the private sector to serve as our third-party reviewers. So they have concluded that Spanish Lakes Boulevard is sufficient for this traffic.
It's a little tough to believe in a reality world, right? The eastern entrance and exit, I'm assuming that goes to Johnston?
Well, Coblegard Road will go down. It'll go down to where the constructed section of Coblegard now ends just north of Spanish Lakes Boulevard. So this will be constructed by Indrio Grove's two-lane roadway. Russos Road will be constructed from Coblegard to Johnston to create an alternative route.
And they're all two-lane roads?
Yes.
And then on your first slide, you already had approved studies along those same corridors.
I'm sorry.
You already had on your first slide, one of your very first slides of your aerials,
Yes.
of your zoning, you already had approved or some type of process of other developments.
Oh, yes. So they've
can see
been
where I'm-
rezoned, but they have no development applications have come in.
But common sense tells us that if they've spent the money and time, right, we're going to develop two-lane roads, but yet we already have numerous
Yes.
possibilities.
The goal, yes.
So we're going to be doing what the city of Port St. Lucie does, and we're going to be chasing 20 years behind infrastructure.
Well, the goal with the towns, villages, and countryside actually is to try to maintain two-lane roads. I mean, there'll be select turn lanes and things, but to have a more robust network of roads rather than fewer, wider roads. We can go with two-lane roads, but we just need many of them, and people can choose different routes.
Doesn't that contradict the large high density at that point?
The traffic impact report, they have to build Russos, they have to build Coblegard, they have to do some changes down on Indrio to some traffic signal timing.
these are
They
the
have to
same-
lengthen some turn lanes.
These are the same reports that said Kidderman Road was approved. I mean, Kidderman Road's one of the worst roads we have. So common sense is telling me if we're giving somebody super high density and we have already some type of approved and or in process developments here, and we're only doing two-lane roads, I can kind of see some issues that we are staring down the throat of, but yet looking the other direction.
You bet.
Chair Benner, Commissioner Bradley, what I've added on screen is a conceptual exhibit that highlights the project site's boundaries over top of the future street network, again, which is embedded in the towns, villages, and countryside element and is transcribed in the county's right-of-way protection plan. And the inherent goal behind the future street network is to identify major corridors or primary roads that would become county or public roadways, not accounting for what individual sites need to move about in a potential grid network or interconnected streets, as you see, whether it's in Lakewood Park, city of Fort Pierce, or pick a community with urban development. With the roadways that this applicant is currently proposing for improvement of. And as Irene indicated, the applicant's presenting phase one to extend and connect to Spanish Lakes Boulevard. That would link down, as shown here in yellow and green, extend Cobelgard Road. And through the traffic evaluation and overall development review process, staff certainly advocated for the additional connection because we know what happens with the traffic heading south. As we've talked about Bednar Farms, which has the preliminary and some final site plan approvals, that project with the commercial town center talked about just shy of 20,000 daily trips. And then south of Indrio, we know we have the Buc-ee's planned, and then the approved preliminary plan for the town village of Indrio and I-95. So that east-west connection, staff advocated for as an alternative link to Johnson Road. But as you've highlighted, those three links in Johnson Road would be two-lane facilities with the proposal that the applicant has. And, the county's adopted level of service for those roadways is a level of service D, so they have the ability to propose new roads or utilize county roadways up to a particular point, and then propose mitigation. That could be widening, expansion, or additional routes. But the applicant's traffic engineer is present this evening, and I would encourage directing some of those inquiries to him.
So the county admits it's an issue, is what you're telling me?
I think that the county, there's some subjectivity of an issue. The standards as prescribed for the level of service that's considered acceptable would allow for traffic volumes to a point of a level of service D. The applicant's engineer can highlight at what point in different phases of their development when factoring in some of the surrounding projects and their proposed alternative links, which roadways are maintaining a level of service C or D, and where some of those pinch points might be and how they're mitigating through intersection improvements. But certainly, in this North County area where there's very limited infrastructure, development patterns integral. Proximity and access to commercial services, schools, civic spaces, recreation, that's critical. And when we talk about the development forms in the TVC, that's where staff had advocated for the consideration for a school site here, having some baseline level of commercial, even if it's not proposed initially for development, keep some space allocated so we can limit some of those trips and have it available. But definitely, as we see and plan for this area, connectivity and transportation is integral, because right now we have one I-95 interchange in North County. There's the prospects of an additional with the Airport Connector Road, but Indrio Road is that main east-west. We have planned ideas for flyovers and overpasses to I-95, but right now that the east-west is Indrio, the plan and the TVC calls for additional east-west, but factoring in where additional links and networks is imperative to avoid kind of the cost burden of what Crosstown Parkway might be for the future of Indrio Road.
So, triggered one thing for me was you kept saying county. So I'm assuming this is all on the taxpayers' back?
Commissioner Bradley, the applicant is presenting roadway improvements this evening as part of their development schedule to support the project in this closer vicinity. Many of the improvements would be impact fee credit eligible, depending upon the valuation ultimately of that credit versus what would be due at the time of permitting. If they utilize or consume all of their credit, then they would be paying an impact fees that could go to off-site improvements. If their impact fee credit, the valuation of their public infrastructure improvements exceeds what would be due on impact fees. And 2025, we talked a lot about impact fees and the calibration of those rates and the importance of having market-driven approach. Staff's not certain whether they would have a surplus of credits or have any future impact fee amounts due. That would be contingent upon what the costs of making improvements to some of those dash green and yellow links would be.
So is the county prepared, if they don't have the extra credits to take care of this, county prepared in the budget to build all these extra roadways? And when I grew up, a D was, mama wasn't happy. So I don't know why we think as a county D-rated roads are acceptable. I'm sure there's somewhere along the line someone will give an explanation. But we know at a D-rated road, we're that close to failing that we're going to have to put taxpayers' dollars into it to rectify this issue. So to get them to a C or better rated road, is the county have the funds without digging into other people's pockets to prepare to handle these type of developments.
No.
Commissioner Bradley, at this point, the county has not identified any capital improvements specific to offset or correlate with the proposed development before you.
So you see the problem. Potential problem. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Were you ready for the applicant?
Yep.
All right. If the applicant's got a presentation, come on down.
Good evening, Chair Benner, Commissioners. For the record, once again, my name is Robert Raines. I'm a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm. Here on behalf of the applicant, we're extremely pleased to be here this evening regarding this project. It's been a long time coming. And usually, I've done a lot of these over the years, the past 30 years or so. When I talk about a long time coming, I'm usually talking about 2 or 3 years. This actually, we've been dealing with this, Lennar, and
Excuse
this.
me. My apologies. Oh.
Yeah, I'll get to it. Thank you. We would talk about 3 or 4 years, but this project and the Lennar people have been working on this particular piece of property since 2005. We had a number of negotiations with the county, and we worked with them when they brought the TVC in, so they owned the property prior to the TVC. We're here this evening, as we know, quasi-judicial, so we're required to provide competent, substantial evidence that we meet the county codes and the comprehensive plan, and I believe this project does that. And to prove that tonight, we need to provide expert testimony. So I would like to ask my development team to come up and be sworn in, and then I'll proffer them as experts very quickly, and I'll try to get through that. I think I got them all. They're not all going to speak, but in case they ask questions. Let's take a firing line, just in case.
Can you all raise your right hand? Do they gotta state their names? Can you state your name starting with Miss Leslie?
Leslie Olson.
Brian Good.
Greg Rod. Troy Holloway. Greg Holloway.
Yeah, Heisman.
Ed Weinberg. David Canfield.
Do you all swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And thank you very much. And then what I'd like to do is just have a couple of them come up to proffer them as experts that will be talking. Ms. Olson first, if I could, please. If you could just go ahead and state your name for the record.
Leslie Olson.
And can you give us and you've been sworn in?
I have.
And can you give us a quick summary of your work history and education, please?
Okay. I have been the principal with District Planning Group for nearly 4 years. Prior to that, I was Director of Planning and Development Services for St. Lucie County for approximately 6 or 7 years. Before that, I was the Planning Manager for St. Lucie County. Prior to that, I was the Historic Preservation Officer and Interim Assistant Director of Planning for the City of Fort Pierce. My education is odd. I have a bachelor's in theology from Wheaton College.
And can you identify the document I'm handing you?
This is my expert witness testimony or resume.
And is that accurate?
It is.
And I'd like to submit that as applicant's exhibit 1.
Well, Leslie, where did you work when you were 16?
I don't know if we want to know the answer to that.
I delivered Chinese food.
Troy Holloway, please. Mr. Holloway, can you state your name for the record?
Troy Holloway.
And can you give us a brief, and you've been sworn in?
Yes.
And can you give us a brief description of your educational background and work history?
Yes, mine's a lot shorter than Leslie's. I graduated from Ohio State University with a Bachelor of Science in Landscape Architecture in 1986, actually. And I've been at the same place since for the last 39 years with 2GHO, where we are land planners and landscape architects.
And can you identify the document I'm handing you?
That is my resume.
And is it inaccurate?
Yes.
Depiction, this would be applicant's exhibit 2.
Thank you.
Fred Roth. Mr. Roth, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name's Frederick Roth.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir.
And can you give us a brief description of your education and work history?
Yep. I'm a graduate of Vero Beach High School. No, don't hold that against me. And the University of Florida in 1973. I've been an engineer in Palm Beach, Martin, St. Lucie County since that time. All types of land development and governmental projects.
And can you identify the document I'm handing you?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's my resume.
And it's accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Applicants Exhibit 3 and 1 more. Mr. Weinberg. And Mr. Weinberg, can you identify yourself for the record?
My name is Edward Weinberg, president of EW Consultants.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
And a brief description of your work history and education.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from St. Bonaventure University in 1985, a Master's in Oceanography from FIT in 1987, and I've worked since then as an environmental consultant, about 10 years with Kimley Horn and Associates, and now 28 years with my own firm.
Okay.
We work almost exclusively in Palm Beach, Martin, and St. Lucie County.
And you can identify that document, sir?
That is my resume.
And it's current?
Yes, it is.
Applicants Exhibit 4. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Banner. I appreciate the patience and Commission on that. My only other comments very quickly are we have received the staff report, and we agree with the staff's recommendation on an approval, but with respect to the conditions that Irene set forth, we would be glad to continue to work through and discuss those as we move forward with this project. So at this time, I'd like to let Ms. Olson come up and for the record. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Ryan. Yeah, let me get Ryan. Thank you. I didn't have his resume, but would you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Brian Good.
And can you, have you been sworn in?
I have.
And can you give us a brief description of your work history and education?
I'm a graduate at the University of Central Florida with a degree in environmental engineering, and I'm a registered licensed engineer in the state of Florida. I've been a practicing consulting engineer, practicing traffic planning, traffic operations for almost 30 years.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, again, for the record, my name is Leslie Olson. I am on the development team for Indrio Groves, representing Lennar. I do want to clarify that you saw two planners get up and get sworn in. I am not the agent on the project. I'm just a team member, but I enjoy the MC role. So I will be coordinating the presentation. Troy Holloway is the planner and will be coming up and talking about the specifics of the site plan. Okay. So this is our team. You've met a lot of them already. We have legal counsel Bob Rains, Cynthia Angelos. We have engineering, Mike LeCoursier, Brian Good for traffic, Ed Weinberg for environmental. Stacey Ranieri did a fantastic job with community outreach. We'll be talking about that. And landscape architect is Leah Heinzelman with Cutler Hearing. This is the TDC. And Cynthia Angelos, who has been working with Lennar for the past 25 years on this site, is going to get up in a moment and talk about what she experienced during that time to give you an idea of, how we got here, okay? And we're up at the northwestern corner of the TVC. It is an ambitious plan adopted by the county in the mid-2000s to create walkable, compact communities rather than some of the sprawling conditions that the county was seeing recommendations, requests for from developers that were all suburban lots with no residential collecting onto collector roads, needing those 4-lane roads. The community came together and decided they wanted more compact, walkable communities with commercial services available, places to work, and that's what we have. We have the TVC now. This is a new type of TVC compliant PD called the Hamlet, and some of you, I don't know how many, but some of you were on the board when it was adopted last year. And as we've already discussed, here's the Indrio Groves site on the northwest corner, Bedner Farms to the south, Bucky's just below that, and the Indrio 995 development. And you can see it zoomed in here where you can see Spanish Lakes to the west. And now that we're at the timeline, I'm going to invite Cynthia Angelos up to discuss this.
Good evening. Again, Cynthia Angelos, an attorney with Bartlett, Loeb, Hines, Thompson, and Angelos. And I'm going to be very quick. Just for those of you who were in high school in 2005, a lot younger than me, Lennar was my first client when I got off the bench. We had 1,000 acres to deal with, and it was decided to submit a DRI. Many, many, many hours were spent with the Regional Planning Council in coming up with a plan that they would recommend to the county. During that time, they decided that they would approach the county with becoming the county's planning experts for compensation and develop a plan for the area out here. I went through that, and I know Commissioner Lowndes was through it. He had referred to it at the last P&Z meeting I was at as a torturous process, and indeed it was. I have never seen anything divide the county like that process. And the ag owners out there, they were being faced with citrus and greening. Here a group was taking away their right to sell their property for the highest and best use. And there was lawsuits that were filed. Lennar started with their DRI when it was thought that they were going to get caught up for years. Little did they think it would be 20 years. With the TVC, they did submit a PUD by right to the county. County staff and the commission at that time asked that they stand down and let this process go through, and to their credit, they did. You see, Mr. Raines had taken some time to swear in experts, and we've got a court reporter here, and the reason for that is there are property rights to this landowner. They have worked with the county. Fast forward 20 years later, about 2023, we visited with commissioners and planning staff, and we were asked to submit something to staff that would be something Lennar could work with within the confines of the TVC, which was very costly to the county and took a lot of time. From that came what we're here on today, the Hamlet. I don't know if you recall, I know that the chair, Mr. Lowndes, and Commissioner Odell was present in 2023 when we were up here, and at that time we were asking that the comp plan amendment be recommended to the county commission for review. And thank you for your votes. It went up and it has been passed. So what we're here on today is, or this evening, is the Hamlet. Staff has been so terrific in working with Lennar to come up with what's right for this county out there. And this is what we're here on today. I think you'll hear Mr. Raines say, and I know that staff had said, This plan meets all the requirements of the TVC that apply to this property, as well as the provisions of the hamlet. So it's well within all the required regulations. And just thank you so much for your time and working with us all these years, and for your time this evening. Happy holidays. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. This is the master plan, and we're going to go into it a little bit deeper in this, and I'm going to ask Troy Holloway to come forward to kind of walk you through these different slides. We're going to zoom in so you can see it a little bit better, to see those trails along the lakes and those parks and things like that. So, Troy?
Thank you. Good evening. Again, Troy Holloway with 2GHO. I would like to just add, too, that the list that Leslie showed of all those professionals who have been involved in this project, some not quite a year, some for 21 years, they are all here tonight. So hopefully we'll be able to answer any questions you guys have tonight. So I appreciate that. This is, as Irene had mentioned, this is a 1,027-acre site. This is the preliminary master plan, the overall image. We will be kind of zooming into some areas a little bit closer so you can see them better. And we did, this plan was designed and developed to follow the new urbanist transect concept, which basically is that the densities are a little greater on the interior and they lessen as you move out. And that's the way this site plan was developed. It does have 3,081 units. 278 of those are workforce housing units. And 20% of the overall units would be a TND unit as well. And those units would provide for front and rear single-family homes, cottage homes, townhomes, and apartments as well. Which button do I hit, Leslie? The right. The development does have a commercial village aspect on the eastern, located on the eastern side near Kovalgard. And the idea with that is it would be able to expand for future development if that does occur to the east. And we do have the two civic sites set aside. One is for the future school, and then the one at the very bottom there would be a county-dedicated future development as well. In the center of the development, we've got a 35.4-acre central amenity campus and community green. And then, of course, we have the flowway system, which essentially circulates through around the entire property, which will provide for a great fish and a natural ecosystem once established. We're going to kind of look at the pods kind of from the north to south. This is the first two neighborhoods to the north, neighborhoods A and B. This is the emergency access that is proposed up in the northwest corner over to Spanish Lakes. And of course, we have a pedestrian trail system that runs all around the perimeter, along all the flowways, and that does run abutting the flowways, so everyone will have complete access to those flowways on that trail system. All of the white, and hopefully you guys can see this better than I can, all of the white areas are front-loaded single-family lots. We also have some alley-loaded single-family lots in these parcels. That is in the pink purplish color. And then, of course, we do have active and passive recreational spaces, pocket parks scattered throughout both of these neighborhoods. And of course, the flowway that circulates around the system interconnects. And then we also have a gated vehicular access up in the northeastern corner, which would provide access to the future Kovalgard Road once it is in. This would provide access for both neighborhoods A and B to get access to Kovalgard. These are just some shots of the next slide we've got for the central core. The central core of Indra Groves was designed utilizing the TND, or traditional neighborhood design. It does create more of a compact, walkable, mixed-use kind of community with diverse housing and uses. It's linked by interconnected streets, a lot of interconnected trails and paths, on-street parking, alleys, front porches, a lot of large central greens, promoting social interaction and a strong sense of place. And these images are taken from the site plan itself. You can see in the upper left, a lot of those are the large open greens that we have. And then we have the townhomes facing onto those greens, accessed by the alleys to the rear, where we have the garages and we have driveways, pathways that will interconnect as well. These are just a couple of actual images of a traditional neighborhood design. The top left is an example of some of the front rear-loaded single-family homes we would have, and then the bottom there would be some of the townhomes that would be on the street, facing the street, with some front porches and interacting with that roadway system and sidewalks. And this is the central core, the traditional neighborhood core. As you can see, the very center green area is the large amenity campus and community green. This is neighborhoods C, D, and E. This is the kind of the main entry from Cobogard on the east side, which would come into the project down the main promenade east-west spine road. And the first thing you would come into would be the commercial village, which would be on both sides of that spine road, abutting the street and interacting with that roadway. We also have then the alley-loaded townhomes, which is also there in the yellow as you come down that center spine, and then you would come into the community green. And again, we have alley-loaded single-family lots in that pinkish color. We also have front-loaded single-family lots throughout both of these, all three of these neighborhoods. And we also have front-loaded cottage homes, which is the purple color that you would see. As you can tell, we have a lot of large linear greens and parks that a lot of the townhomes would face on those greens. I think someone mentioned something about there's really no yard space in the townhomes, but all of them face the greens. Essentially, that becomes their common yard. So there's plenty of green space and lots of on-street parking for those townhomes. We also have a large tree preservation park. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but it's not a required preserve. It's just an area that of the site that had a lot of mixed trees, a lot of nice oaks. I don't know much, and Ed can maybe talk a little bit more about the vegetation, but it's a nice preserve that we wanted to keep in place. And we have a lot of homes that would be facing onto that preserve. And of course, then we have our flowways around the perimeter as well. The yellow we just dropped in, that is all of the roads in this pod with on-street parking. We have a lot of parallel parking. There's over 800 on-street parallel parking spaces, and that basically is indicating all the on-street parking streets that is available in this parcel. These are the bottom three pods, neighborhoods F, G, and H. And again, the main access point is kind of the south end of the community, would be from Spanish Lakes Boulevard, roundabout that would come into the 110-foot right-of-way, divided median spine road, coming up to the next roundabout and then heading north. We've also added a new gated vehicular access point from neighborhood G out to the future Russos Road. Again, with staff's help and suggestion, we have added that. Again, we have a large complex pedestrian trail, all interconnected, all around the entire perimeter and all throughout the site and through all the pocket parks and greens. And of course, we have the continual flowway as well. And again, we have a lot of passive and active parks throughout these neighborhoods. A lot of pocket parks and larger parks, a lot of pathways, tot lots and things, pools and things like that. Again, all the white areas would be the front-loaded single-family lots in these pods. This is the very southern tip of the community. This is the 3.4-acre civic site that would be dedicated to the county and available for their use, for whatever use that the county decides would be best. We also would provide vehicular access to Spanish Lakes. Would kind of be a joint access for both the civic and also the future development parcel. And again, as staff suggested, we provided for a potential future connection to the east that would provide connection to that 50-foot right-of-way that is there now for a future roadway if it needed to go to the east. And we also have provided an additional gated access to the multifamily apartments that would connect to the future Russos Road. And then again, we have a gated access on Spanish Lakes for that apartment, for the multifamily apartments as well. And again, that's the 100-foot buffer we were talking about. And yeah, we want that buffer to be as thick and dense as everybody else does with the proximity to 95. So it will be bermed, heavily landscaped to screen and block as much noise as possible. I think this is where Brian Good comes in.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Troy. Next, we have Brian Good, our traffic engineer, to talk about how these roundabouts work. Spanish Lakes, all the interaction with Spanish Lakes, they were very concerned about traffic on Spanish Lakes Road and the way that they would interact with this entrance. So we spent a bunch of time putting together a really nicely designed roundabout so that they would be inconvenienced as little as possible. So, Brian.
We wanted to speak a little bit about the multimodal connectivity within the project site. And that starts with the primary connections to the county's thoroughfare roads on Coblegar Road and Spanish Lakes Boulevard. As was mentioned, we're proposing roundabouts at that. It provides a couple opportunities. It provides an opportunity for an entry feature for enhanced landscaping, lighting, but it also provides for the option of providing a secondary benefit of adding traffic calming influences on Coblegar and Spanish Lakes, which are fairly linear roads that can be prone to higher vehicular speeds. In the public meetings that were held with the Spanish Lakes community, they had concerns about the roundabout on Spanish Lakes Boulevard and just the ability of the residents to negotiate a roundabout. So we were listening to those concerns, and we developed a concept that would provide for travel through the roundabout on an egress moment when residents are leaving the Spanish Lakes community that wouldn't require them to pass through the roundabout. We presented that at subsequent public meetings, and it did get a very good response from the residents that we had an opportunity to speak to, as far as twofold. One, it showed that we were listening to their concerns, and two, they appreciated the option of having this bypass lane when leaving their community, not having to negotiate and go through the roundabout. I'll ask Troy to come out and continue the multimodal connectivity discussion.
I'd also like to highlight the fact that in addition to that southbound movement that's straight, this particular design has also separated the project traffic in the blue arrows that are going north from the Spanish Lakes traffic. So they won't even have to combine with the project traffic as they go through. So they'll basically have their own lane north going through this, and the people who are coming into the development will have their own lane. So it's an interesting design, and one I think is pretty nice. Back to Troy for talking about internal streets.
Thank you. These, I think Irene had a slide up as well showing the publicly accessible roads. Maybe I'll just kind of back it up a little bit. But as this comes in, it's kind of, maybe it's hard to see. All the roads in yellow would be the publicly accessible roads. So all the roads coming in from Spanish Lakes, Coblegar, again, they start out at 110-foot right-of-ways, go down to 180, 100-foot, and then 80-foot, and then down to 50-foot. All of those roads would be accessible to the public. And then, of course, in the red there, we've got all the roads that would be private. This is a slide of all of the paths, walks, and pedestrian areas in the development. There are a lot. These are all of the paths and walks that it would be within the main road right-of-ways, interior to the project, and of course abutting that project as well. And these walks and paths are on both sides of those roadways. We also then have all of the internal walks in the 50-foot right-of-ways. These walks are also on both sides of the roads throughout the development. And then, of course, after that, we've got all the perimeter paths and walks along which go along the flowways, all in the buffers, through all the parks and pocket parks and amenity areas as well. So there are a lot of paths. There's actually more than 50 miles of interconnected pedestrian paths and walks in this development. This is just an enlargement of the Spanish Lakes emergency access. Again, this was requested by the residents, so this would provide ingress, egress for emergency purposes if needed, because they were very concerned at the meetings we had that they had only had one access point in and out of their project in case any kind of emergency were to happen. This is a map showing the off-site connectivity, which has been kind of a point of discussion. We do provide right now for 11 actual vehicular connections to both the existing and future off-site roads. We also wanted to point out there that we do provide for the connection, which we feel is very important, the east-west connection to Johnston Road, which will be provided by Lennar as well. And then we also provide for 13 pedestrian and bicycle connections. They will connect to both the existing and future off-site roads. And then highlighted there in blue are three recent addition vehicular access points that were suggested by staff, and we were glad to provide. They were great ideas, great suggestions. This is all the open space, parks, greens, and pocket parks throughout the development. This is all of the lakes, the community lakes, and the flowways, 167 acres. All of the flowways will be fully planted with littorals along all the edges, and uplands are planted around all the uplands as well. The picture on the right is actually development we did very similar to this, which we planted all the littorals and uplands, and as it matured, it turned out to be actually beautiful, and these flowways will look exactly the same as they mature and grow in. And all the green on this map is all the community open green spaces consisting of buffers, parks, greens, pocket parks, amenity campus, and community green. We have 265 acres of common open space and 12 acres of miscellaneous open space. Those are different, but in the end, they all are open green space. Total open space provided is more than 444 acres, or 45% of the site. And none of that green space is counted on the individual home lots. That is excluded. As far as parks, greens, and pocket parks, we do provide over 144 acres of active parks, amenities, and green areas throughout the community. The upper left there is kind of a concept of currently what is proposed for the amenity green area. And then again, the other images are images from the site plan, just indicating all of the green spaces that we do provide. This is a plan just showing all the buffers that are proposed for the community. All the red, those are all 100-foot buffers with 9 to 10-foot berms. A 6-foot chain link black polyvinyl fence will be placed on top of those berms, and landscaping as well. And then, of course, we've got 50-foot landscape buffers surrounding the other areas, and then we go down to 40-foot landscape buffers along the canals. This is a western buffer section, just kind of showing what's going on there along a section there against Spanish Lakes. Essentially, we're showing there that from the property line, from the Spanish Lakes homes to the property lines within Indrio Groves, there's around 770 feet, so there's a lot of separation. And then, of course, in between there, they've got their golf course there, but we also have the proposed 100-foot landscape buffer and berm in there as well. Spanish Lakes was adamant that we do buffer their golf course so that the kids aren't playing out there. This is a kind of a large enlargement of the proposed amenity campus and community green. It is 35.4 acres with both of those combined. And it may include a lot of the uses as shown, but it may also include an agri-hood community farm, has been talked about. Community gardens, I think we all think would be great there. Dog parks, putting green areas, pavilions, an amphitheater has been proposed, aquatic center, sport courts, multiple community buildings with a gym and a mail center, and lots of children's playgrounds. That's just a graphic of the sport courts, some of the pickleball courts there. This is an enlargement of the tree preservation park itself. It is 250 foot wide. Again, the site is so large, some of these things kind of get lost in scale. but it is very big, 250 feet wide, 14.4 acres, with a meandering walking path north to south, and then some connecting paths also east to west, everything very well interconnected. There will be some single-family homes facing and fronting onto that linear park. Those homes some of those are front-loaded and some are alley-loaded. And this natural buffer does provide a nice buffer here between the school and the homes, and also the commercial from the homes as well. This is the commercial village. Again, I'd mentioned the commercial would be fronting onto the main boulevard, which is a divided roadway with a landscape median. It would have on-street parallel parking, bringing the commercial unit buildings right up to the front, so it would interact with the roadway. It will provide up to 40,000 square feet, which would include a daycare center. It's strategically, as I mentioned before as well, it's strategically placed at the entry of Kovalgard, which we would hope to begin as a commercial node for future area development, because there has been Spanish Lakes folks also, they kind of like the placement of some smaller commercial there, maybe a small cafe, donut shop, coffee shop, something like that. And it also creates a separation from the existing Spanish Lakes neighborhood, keeping it to the east as well. The commercial village does present a traditional Main Street design where the commercial storefronts and cafes would abut and interact with the road. It will provide convenient shopping, some retail options close to home, for not only for Indria Groves, but also for Spanish Lakes currently. Generous, comfortable pedestrian sidewalks, some low-level lighting, convenient parallel parking on street, some colorful protective awnings, and it would also provide the larger parking fields behind the buildings where they'd be out of view, especially from the Spine Road as you come and go from the community. This is a map just showing some of the community benefits that are being proposed. Again, we've got a 3.4 acre civic parcel dedication site on the south side of the property. They are proposing also to extend the water utilities up to Spanish Lakes, continue that on from our development. We also providing, of course, the emergency access to Spanish Lakes, and then also providing the Russos Road extension also over to Johnston Road, and then we have the 24-acre school site dedication. And then we've got another slide, and Brian will come up later to talk about the multiple roadway and intersection improvements that are also proposed with this project. Again, these are the two site dedications. We have the school site and the civic parcel. Just kind of blowing up on those real quick. That's the civic parcel, 3.4 acres. It would provide for multiple access points. And then, of course, we've got the school site that would be abutting Kovalgard Road, easy access in and out, where the school buses aren't going through any of the neighborhoods. We would also provide for an internal connection that would allow some of the residents to come and go without going into the main entry. This is the roadway improvement plan for Brian to get into for you.
Now for the part we've been waiting for, the interesting part. The off-site roadway improvements. As you can imagine, a project of this size has a fair amount of off-site improvements that will be required to support it. There are auxiliary lane and intersection improvements identified at the Indria Road I-95 southbound intersection. Russos Road dedication, we're dedicating right-of-way for the future extension of Russos Road west of Kovalgard Road to Spanish Lakes Boulevard. In addition to the roadway dedication, the project's also committed to accommodating and providing for the entire drainage of Russos Road within those two limits, within its project site. Spanish Lakes Boulevard improvements consisted of the roundabout that I spoke about a minute ago. Kovalgard Road dedications. Ultimately, the county envisions Kovalgard Road extending up into Indian River County. You can see the horizontal shift or the movement of Kovalgard Road to the west. In coordination with Public Works, it envisions aligning with 58th Avenue in Indian River County to be a better north-south arterial connection than where it currently terminates on 25th Street. And as such, we're dedicating right away where our site can provide for that future connection or extension up into Indian River County. Another connectivity or interconnectivity project that we're excited about including is the Russos Road extension. This is Russos Road west of Johnston to Cobogard. It's 0.8 of a mile. This portion of Russos Road is on the county's right-of-way protection plan or protection map as a future east-west corridor, 2-lane east-west corridor in the county. And the project is committed to providing for this vehicular connection within this portion of North County. Also, we made mention of Cobogard Road being improved. Cobogard, essentially just north of Spanish Lakes, the pavement. A couple years ago, DOT improved Cobogard Road just north of Spanish Lakes Boulevard. Bedner Farms is going to have a minor improvement from the intersection up to the northern limit of their property. This project will continue improvement of Cobogard 1.5 miles up to the roundabout connection identified as at the Spine Road connection with Cobogard Road. We also have off-site intersection improvements at Indira Road and Johnson Road consisting of signalization and phasing changes at Indira Road and Johnson and auxiliary lane extensions at Indira Road and Kings Highway. Someone will speak about utilities now.
I can do it, sure, I got it. So additional public improvements is that we will be creating a 12-inch water main extension all the way up Cobogard Road, which the existing residents on Cobogard can tie into. So that is a public benefit. Additionally, we will be extending a 16-inch water main up Spanish Lakes Boulevard, and then extending that at our own, just as a community benefit, to the Spanish Lakes property, because they currently they do not have access to St. Lucie County water. So we will be extending 780 linear feet at a cost of $120,000 to provide them with access to St. Lucie County utilities. Community outreach has been extensive on this project. We have a website with project details and a frequently asked question, and ability for people to submit questions or comments or concerns. We did a lot of outreach to residents. We held recently we held a meeting just for the Spanish Lakes residents, which was very well attended. And we also reached out for another neighborhood meeting to the Spanish Lakes residents plus people within 1,500-foot radius, which is larger than is required, but we wanted to go above and beyond if possible. And we did a mailing with a fact sheet, and the interaction was really good. Spanish Lakes residents had concerns about the roundabout and navigating the roundabout. A lot of those were allayed by coming and seeing how it would work, how we've designed it. But a lot of interest in the ability to walk into and around this new Indrio Groves, interest in the commercial. They're looking forward to having some access to commercial services closer to home. And here are some pictures. In 2022, Lennar held 3 public meetings where 731 people were invited and 194 attended. And in 2025, 2 open house meetings where over 1,500 people were invited and over 104 attended. I think what you can see there is that there was a lot of concern in 2022. A lot of people showed up and expressed concerns. Lennar listened and responded and redesigned things to address their concerns. And as a result, even though double the amount of people were invited to the next meeting, about half of the people attended. And so what that tells me is that they felt they had been heard. And they're not here. So additional items for consideration. We'll work with staff on this request for additional vehicular connectivity between neighborhoods D and B and neighborhoods G and D. So, Irene, I don't think you actually added this in your presentation, did you? About clarifying the intent regarding the anticipated percentage of townhomes. So, with concern for parking, each townhome, the 16, one of Irene's comments in her staff report was about the 16-foot width of the townhomes and how much parking that could accommodate. And so we did an analysis to show that you can, in addition to your driveway, you'll also have the garage, and in addition to that, we have 800 parking spaces on street, and these townhomes will have access to all of that on-street parking. Then, yes, there were those additional items for consideration. We'll continue working with staff ahead of BOCC on these issues. Bob?
Thank you. So we're just about ready to conclude. We appreciate your patience. I'd like to ask Troy Holloway to come back up for a second. I'll ask him a few questions and then I'll wrap up. Mr. Holloway, are you the principal planner for this project?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the St. Lucie County Comprehensive Plan and the St. Lucie County Land Development Code?
I am.
And in your professional opinion, sir, does the project we presented here this evening, is it consistent with those goals and objectives and policies in the comp plan?
Yes.
And the Land Development Code?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Chair Benner and Commissioners, that concludes our presentation. I would just like to wrap up by saying, I recognize that there may be some folks who don't like the TVC and the concept of it, and I truly respect that opinion. But there's a whole section in the comprehensive plan. It's 50 pages, almost 50 pages long. And there's things in here Lennar liked, there's things in here Lennar didn't like, but we're adhering to this policy and this plan that was done by the county. And so with that, we would respectfully request that you approve this for recommendation of approval moving forward. And again, we'll be glad to answer any questions. Obviously, we've got an entire team here to answer any questions you might have. And if I could too, Chair, I'd just reserve time to respond to any questions that you may have or the public may have.
You got it.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome. Thank you. I got some questions for the applicant. Let me just run through those quick and then I'll hit you guys up. In regards to, because you're getting extra density because of the workforce housing and the child care center, I think the workforce has to be up when you're at about 60% of units. The child care, though, would that be completed by 60% units or not? Since that is one of the modifiers for increased unit density.
Yes, Dave Canfield with Lennar. The workforce housing component, you're correct. So we have to meet a 60% threshold, and so COs, and then we have to have the workforce housing provided by that point in time for the remainder of the project. And with regards to the child care center, that's anticipated to be part of that commercial center. So when that commercial center is built is when that's anticipated to be provided. If we find a need for it sooner, we might be able to work it into the central green area. If we feel that we need it sooner than when the commercial center comes online.
So it's commercial center then would be after 60% of COs is when you're planning on that?
Yes, most likely.
Okay. And then for the Russo and Cobelgard road work, when would that road work be done in relation to the units being built out?
We've identified that approximately 1,100 homes could be constructed prior to the need for Cobelgard Road to be improved.
Okay. And I seen on the traffic study too, it says with the improvements, that's taking into account Buc-ee's and what are the farms below there. That's assuming all that's 100% built out by 2035, and you're built out at 2035 with improvements. I know that without improvements, it would go to F at some of those intersections. With improvements, it would get them to a D in like 2 of them, I think, like Colbergard and Johnson.
So as far as background development that the county requested to be included in the traffic study, it was the Buc-ee's gas station convenience store, the Bednar Farms mixed-use development, Publix at Indrio Commons, Cabo Rio RV Resort, Sable Palm Groves, Indrio Woods, something identified as 4540 North Kings Highway, Sugar Sands Apartments, Indrio SHG, and Alco Groves Mine were all included as background conditions within the traffic study as requested by the county.
Okay.
That's a lot.
Would there be anything from the applicant? I mean, I know that it says in their level of service D, but as we all said, like if I got D at home, I'd get grounded or my car taken away when I was in school. Is there any proposed improvements that could get those? Because really, it's Indrio and Colbergard, and Indrio and Kings. Really, Indrio and Colbergard is the one that's right by you guys with Buc-ee's and everything, and then also the 95 southbound ramps is what everyone's going to be hitting for the most part. Is there any proposals for additional improvements that might get those to C? Or is any thought, or is it just we're going to do the bare minimum of D and that's good?
I mean, we're proposing improvements to meet the county's comprehensive plan as far as the level of service required to be provided.
Okay. And then when it comes to the house layouts in there, I've seen on a lot of the central and southern portions where the single family homes are, there's green breaks every so often, but a lot of the northern sections, it looks like really long runs of houses without green breaks in them, like there is in the central and southern portion. Is there any, I mean, it's towns, villages, and countryside, and since that is the country, more the transitioning to countryside portion, I would think there'd be more green breaks up there, because you got some really long strips there, but when you look at the central portion, you can't tell like how many proposed lots there are between those green sections at the north end or in the central, but just assuming it's to scale, like it's up there almost looks like some of those runs are double what it is in the central and southern portions. So having like more green breaks would help, I think, break it up a little bit, especially since they're all front loaded and you guys are trying to do a lot of 40-foot wide lots. That's a lot of 2-car garages and stuff.
Yeah, I think the reason too, it looks like there's more green in the center piece is because we got a lot of the multifamily. As I mentioned, they don't have any yards, so basically their yards are all the common green parks. And with the single family, we'll have their own rear yards, and then of course we do break them up with little pocket parks around the perimeter to give people access to the waterways. But otherwise, I mean, I guess we could, and again, it hasn't been lotted out, so
Yeah.
We could always look at adding more green parks.
Like even like a 10 or 20-foot section of just like trees to break up the monotonous roof line, you know what I'm saying? Or the monotonous cars parked, because nobody parks in their garage in Florida. That's our storage shed.
I'm Greg Pettibon. I'm a vice president with Lennar Homes. We have no opposition to looking at that. It's a good quality of life component and something that we typically do. Again, we haven't officially formally allotted this out yet, but that is a good quality of life component. We have actually extensively tried to look at those items, but we're eager to engage on that one.
You know, like something like no more than 20 continuous houses before there's at least like a 10 or 15-foot green break or something like that would at least, if it was in the code, if it was in the approval, that would give you some sort of breakup instead of just hoping and praying that it pops up. Because I get it as a developer, I'd want to maximize my units, but
we do, but we also, at the end of the day, we also in the selling market of today, we actually have to be able to sell the homes, and we've tried to make a major paradigm shift in our business, at least, to realize that we have to create quality living spaces in order to sell homes. So we're certainly happy to look at that, and I don't know if I can commit to a dimension here in this forum, but we're not in opposition to that concept.
Okay. And then in Seagrove, since you're with Lennar, Seagrove, you guys did. Seagrove's got 50-foot wide lots and 28-foot wide lots. Do you guys have 28-foot wide single-family lots in Seagrove?
No, we have 50 single families, 40 single families, and then we have 28-foot townhomes.
Okay, so all those. Okay, it's still got the old like grove and stuff. So there's no houses.
Appreciative
on it.
that you've noticed that site. It's we've tried to create a beautiful presentation. Hopefully, it's been received by the community. So thank you.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. I got those green spaces. I can't read. Oh, and then some of the rear, on your presentation, you have some of the rear load from alleys. The way they were presented, the ones that faced, the front doors would face the green park. If I was in, the whole point of rear facing, or the rear alley loaded garages, is that you have walkable streets, like front porch, doors, like East Lake Village, east of US 1. They're really small lots, like for what you guys are trying to do, like for what the TVC is. That's my best example is East Lake Village, because they're really small houses on small lots with rear loaded garages. But to have those houses where you have alleys that your front door is going to be like 200 feet in, or like 150 feet in, that's not a front door at that point. That's kind of like your back door going to the parks. And I think that kind of defeats the intent of rear-loaded alleyway homes. So like right there at that roundabout, those two pink buildings, they would be like facing
on the greens?
Not in this section, on the north of that.
North side, okay, sorry.
Yeah. Those are, no, where is it?
Oh, yeah, the ones to the two.
Yeah, but there's one of the pictures you had where it was like it's rear alley loaded, but the front door would be like in the middle of a strip of these houses. Like you're not gonna walk in and out of your front. That's not your front door. That's your back door at that point. Because who's gonna walk?
Actually, I live on exactly that same situation, and it's very sought after. As long as the stretch is not like 10 houses in a row, where if you have guests, they got to park at the end, and then they got to walk down the side, down the sidewalk. But they all would abut the green. They all have a sidewalk in the front.
It's like if I came to visit that person, where would I park? Because there's no street parking in the front, and the rear is rear loading driveways. So like that. It defeats the purpose of a front door.
Most people park in the driveways because they have 2-car garages and 2-car drives. Most guests will park in the drives, but if they have a small party, the guests will park on the streets in the on-street parking and then just walk down the sidewalk.
Okay.
But it's very very sought after, and I live on exactly that same situation.
Okay.
As long as the length is not overly excessive.
Long.
So.
All right, and then. It says that it goes with our land development code, but like most of our land development codes got a 15-foot rear setback. Some of these lots that are proposed with housing is going to have, I believe, less than a 10-foot setback in some of the rear yards, and like 5 feet. So to say that this is like a perfect plan and it's 100% to code, it's also asking for a lot of exceptions of what all of our other residential like land development codes ask for, between side setbacks, rear setbacks, things like that too. Would you agree or disagree?
No, I would disagree. We're following the TVC rear setback, but I think the exhibits that are in your package, what that's just showing, basically it's a typical lot showing the setbacks. The intent, and Greg could probably stand here and tell you, the intent is not for that house to go back to that 10-foot setback. Especially, even the alleys. I think the rear setback for the alleys, I don't remember if it's 5 feet or 10 feet, but we've got to have a driveway that's 22 feet. So that setback in the alleys would be a 22-foot minimum. And for any of the front load homes, those lots are 130 feet deep. So there's no way you're going to have a house that's 100 foot deep. Correct, Greg? Then you're not going to be.
I think it was some of the sides,
right? Maxing out that lot.
I think some of the
with
sides
building
were dropped to
footprint.
5.
It was a typical kind of a detail to show the minimum setbacks. But the house footprint would definitely not be to that rear 10-foot setback, and people are going to have a 10-foot rear yard.
And in most of our land development code, like on residential, there's a lot coverage percent that I think it's like, 30 to 35, 40% is like a typical lot coverage. But on these, with that small of a setback, you could have a 60, 70% lot coverage with building and driveways and all that?
Correct. I mean, we'd be happy to maybe come up with a typical footprint that actually, I think we do have some real footprints, but unfortunately, Lennar they haven't developed architecture for all of these lots. So I think we've got a handful of lots that have real footprints, but otherwise it's just kind of a footprint shown to the maximum setbacks.
That's kind of my trepidation is that the way it's presented, there's no guardrails on. If we take it as presented, then we're setting 5 foot between houses, I believe, and allowing really small setbacks in the rear and really high percentage lot coverage on residentials without any guardrails. Just a hope and a prayer that you don't end up doing it, but if it's adopted as presented, it
Understood.
technically could be done. Also, 24,000 trips a day. Adding that between Johnston and Spanish Lakes, that's a lot. And down the Colbergar with Bedford Farms and Buc-ee's and all that. Layout, awesome. Loved all the flowways, amazing. And adding the childcare center and everything to get the additional density is awesome, but it's to exceed 2 units in density also. So that means 2.0001 units, you would have to have the childcare and the multifamily housing part. It doesn't necessarily mean that to max it all out. So maybe some leeway there with the green breaks, lot size, especially the width. I can't find things that we've approved of single family homes at 35 feet. The ones that the closest I can get would probably be East Lake Village, but that's on US 1. It's a more high dense area, kind of like Bedford Farms was a 9 unit, like it's a high dense area. This is transitioning into rural areas. So I wouldn't say that it's 90% or the majority of the thing would be considered high density, especially since you're transitioning the larger lots to the north. But I think that's all I got for questions. I'll go to you guys. I think so.
That's it?
Yeah. Who's next? Mr. Lowndes.
Good God, where do I start? Can you explain to me the difference between active and passive recreational space?
Yes, a passive would just be where you've got a path and maybe you've got a bench or two where someone could come out, and we have a lot of those which would go out to the lakes. You would just walk out to a little circular path, sit on the bench, and just enjoy the scenery. Active would be more of a tot lot, or and a lot of the recreational kind of amenities. Some of the pods, I think they're looking at maybe doing pools, some small pools in those as well. So it's something where active uses are going on.
On your active areas, are you going to provide any recreational activities there, or benches or anything like that for a park, or is it just going to be, hey, we got a crossing strip and here's a park, go play?
Oh, in the large? No, there'll be a lot of mostly just benches. I don't know if they'll do any pavilions, but definitely benches. A lot of benches, seating benches.
The paths that go around all this are not connected to the gated communities? In other words, if I'm walking around it, I can't go into the gated community?
They're all connected. Even on the gated connections, those are just for vehicular. Pedestrians can go through, but they're also connected on all the perimeters as well. They're all wide open.
I'd like to see some more parks on the lakes. If we're going to provide you with open space and you're going to take it off this flowway, I'd like to see some more active recreational things. To me, you don't have any yard in front. I can't imagine living in this development with a 12-year-old son, and I'm going to send him outside with a football and he's going to play in the street. Where's the front yard? Where's the green grass area that my 12-year-old son can go get his feet dug into on any of these single-family dwellings that I'm looking at here?
The rear yards. I mean, the front, that's TND development, is pushing the homes close to the roadway. That's the traditional neighborhood design. That's the concept behind it. And then the rear yards are their play spaces, and then the green areas as well.
And how big is that yard? About the size of that tabletop up there?
Well, we don't have architecture for all the lots, so it's hard to say what because we don't have that
That's
designed.
been one of my biggest objections to the TVC, Huts, Hubbles, pup tents, and hammocks that this thing developed 25 years ago. You take open space and get credits for it, but I can't go play on it. There's no yard in this that I could send a 12-year-old child to go play, unless I'm sending him down the street to an active park. Is that right?
No, we have all. I mean, in these two neighborhoods, as an example, we've got all those green large areas. Again, the scale is very deceiving here because it's such a large tract of land.
It's
but those are
me
large.
greatly. I look at this and I think your front yard is about 3 feet wide.
No, the homes are setback. The minimum setback for the front home is 15. So I mean, again, they're not really front yards. I guess you're not. Yeah, you're not going to be playing in your front yard.
You're right. It's not
But-
much of a
but
front yard
it's the
for
rear
12-year-olds to go
yards.
play in. Is this all
Correct.
designed not to have children in it?
No, it's definitely going to have children. I mean, again, that is the concept for TND. Abacoa was developed that way, and there's tons of kids. And again, they play in the rear yards and the green spaces.
Good evening, Greg Pettibon with Lennar Homes. Just to respond to the line of questioning, we are actually anticipating a big family buyer and a big family buyer profile. This is very similar to other neighborhoods that are very notably well received for families. Abacoa, Arden, other communities that we've been operating in. To mention, the question, I have a 2.5-year-old son, but I have the same idea. But where is he going to go play? In a neighborhood like this, the notation between active and passive, if it's throwing the football around or playing with an RC car or something like that, there's no differentiation that can still be done in a passive area. I think the main driver to the active versus passive is an active is much more of an involved built environment with. I can think about, say, for instance, at Arden, where we have active rec, we have a skate park. We have a pretty extensive skate park. We have other components that would be passive at that location, which would be it's an agri-hood, so it's orchards, it's other things. People still go and play in them. I see kids playing soccer and football and those, and actually hitting a baseball occasionally in some of them. But it's still a very much of a well-received community once it's built out. I know sometimes looking at a one-dimensional site plan, even if it's been rendered and drawn, doesn't necessarily give a lot of color to that. But there are multiple neighborhoods in the area that we've found a lot of success with a family buyer user, and also with engagement from the community too, with areas to play.
If you didn't have so many 35-foot lots, you could afford to have some larger yards.
Understood.
I'm not obviously a big fan of anything 40 foot or less for a lot of reasons.
Understood. And to a big extent, one of the notions about this is trying to hit the criteria of the TVC. Another component of that that's often underestimated is having a broad diversity of architecture and home types allows us to hit different price points, which allow people to get into home ownership. At the end of the day, we all want larger single-family home lots, but that price point is often very hard to achieve for a lot of people and their ambitions toward home ownership. So that's another flip side, and also another benefit of a broad diversity of architecture.
I have a hard time understanding some of this because I live in the middle of 18 acres.
Understood.
Thank God.
I'm envious. I agree.
What would, I don't know whether you're the person to answer the question or not, but what would it take to get the developer to continue Cobelgard Road to the north end of this little jog so that it's all completed? Cobelgard Road then would be completed from the north end of your property line to where you're going to develop it at this time.
To be quite truthful, sir, I don't think I can honestly answer that in this form, and I would have to defer to council about any type of a negotiation to that point.
Bring him up.
Okay. I would.
And I'm sorry, Commissioner Lyles, again, what is your question?
You're a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
If you, yeah,
I
you
get that a
want to hear
lot.
the rest of it. If you look at Coblegard Road, where you're going to start a Class D road instead of going all the way and making the county a Class C road, how much further is it to the north end of this little jog where at this point it says neighborhood E or something? If you're going to dedicate, if you're,
Engineers who I think we need on that question, I'm sorry.
If I may, Brian Good. The challenge is that property is outside of the limits of ownership of Lennar. So it falls on private ownership outside of Lennar
all
control.
right, look at that thing up there. This northern piece of yellow is outside of your area?
No, so there's a piece, as you see in that yellow, that falls within the property boundary that Lennar is dedicating. But if you
That's the
see
piece-
that
that
dash,
piece right there
and that
is the-
right away there, they're dedicating, that falls within the property. But in between those two locations that you're highlighting, if you notice that dash line, that horizontal S curve, that projects across property that's outside of the limits.
I'm not asking you to do the dashed line. I'm asking you to pave from the blue line up to the end, right there. Continue that up. That short piece.
That it just wouldn't go anywhere.
At this point, I don't give a damn if it goes anywhere. When it finally comes out and the county gets in and does the rest of the road, that piece will already be there. The county won't have to come back and make that piece. Have I lost you? Have I lost you?
I mean, at this point, I don't know that the applicant's excited about building more road that doesn't serve a purpose. It doesn't serve access to the community, doesn't
It'll serve a
extend.
purpose when you get the rest of it put through, as will the rest of Coblegard Road if you make it
I'll
a
just-
stat C
if-
instead of a D.
I hear what you're saying, and I'll just back up for one moment, and I'll share a brief story with you. So when we did the study without Russos Road connectivity. So we were using Spanish Lakes Boulevard and Coblegard Road. We submitted the traffic study, and we were able to demonstrate at the approval of the county, the DOT, and their outside reviewers that it worked. It met the level of service standard. The planning department continued to ask for Russos Road extension to increase connectivity and provide alternative routes. We saw value to that, to this community, but also to the entire northern county as a whole up here.
Thank you.
Trying to do exactly what you're asking us to do. So we feel like we've already been a good neighbor in trying to take on more responsibility than what we were already originally identified to be obligated to. So to continue to compound that and ask to build more road, at some point, the project's already committed to building in excess of $25 million of off-site roadway improvements. So at some point, there becomes it doesn't make sense to continue to take on more and more burden, especially on burden that doesn't serve this community, an adjacent neighbor. It doesn't provide an actual benefit today. It may provide a benefit in 20 years, 10 years, 22 years, but not today it wouldn't.
Let me ask you a question. Does a Class C road benefit your community though?
That's right, as
class-
building
you mean
a
a level of
Class C
service C? Is
instead
that
of
what you're-
starting out with a Class D. You're gonna dump your traffic onto a Class D road, and the completion of this development, that Class D road will come back to the county, and we will have to bring it up to a Class C road. That's not fair to us.
When you're saying Class C and D, are you talking about the level of service?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So right now, I can tell you that based upon the analysis, we're meeting the county's level of service standards that they've adopted for these roads.
Staff?
We're meeting that standard. So, I mean, what you're talking about is a standard outside of what's in the transportation element of the comp plan. You're creating a new standard as we talk here. So
I'm looking out for my county. That's what I'm supposed to do.
I applaud you for it, and I think it's the right thing to do. I would ask you to consider that this applicant has already agreed to build 8/10 of a mile of road beyond what was shown as a necessity to support this development, to do exactly what you're asking to be done.
I appreciate that. I wish I had the money to invest in your company that would benefit from the profit that you're gonna make off this project. I ain't got that kind of money. Not when you start building 35-foot lots so that you can get more houses on less land. I am not in favor of a 40-foot lot, absolutely not in favor of 35-foot lot.
I will offer
But if
that.
you're gonna shove it down to us, then we're gonna have to accept it. That doesn't mean I gotta like it.
I wouldn't say profit in the sense that it's a bad word, because as I said, the project's already committed to building $25 million of roadway improvements. Their transportation fee, impact fee, just for transportation, is $20 million. So, yeah, there is a nature of profit behind doing this. I wouldn't say it in the context that that's a bad word. Without a profit, none of this happens.
Correct.
So I hear what you're saying, and I can't take issue with it. All I'm saying is we've already agreed to build 0.8 of a mile.
But let me
I
ask
don't
you
know
a
that
question.
you've had too many applicants up before you this past year that have agreed to build 0.8 of a mile of road beyond what the traffic study deemed warranted by the code.
Let me ask you a question. Everything's aside. Do you have to build that road to service your community?
When you say the road, what road? Russo's?
Cobogard.
Cobogard, yes.
You do?
Cobogard 100% has to be built to service
Well, then
this
why are you sitting here saying you are putting in $25 million? You have to build that road to service your community.
That, yes.
Okay.
So we have to build, and we're responsible, the applicant will pay 85% of that cost of that road. The applicant pays up to what their project consumes as far as capacity related. If the applicant creates an improvement beyond what's demonstrated the need for this project, then it's eligible for impact fee credits. You were touching on that earlier in the conversation. So in this particular case, for Cobogard Road, for the 1.5 mile road, Lennar will pay for 85% of the cost of that road, designing, building, right-of-way acquisition for that road. Not because they're good-natured, because their project showed that it needed that road, and they need that capacity and that alternative route. No, don't have a problem with that. Russo's Road is a completely different animal. We didn't show a need. The county didn't even agree that the traffic study didn't demonstrate a need for that road. The county asked for that road because expanding the road network makes sense, providing alternative route makes sense, and we agreed, it does make sense. But we are contributing money to do that improvement to make that a reality.
Maybe a different perspective to that, sir, is, the request to build an extension of Cobogard Road to the north, which really just puts it up in Indian River County. Those dollars would be discretionary dollars, right? Not required for the project. If I'm going to spend discretionary dollars, I think it's better for everybody for us to spend those dollars on the Russo's Road extension that routes traffic over to Johnston Road, also opens up a lot of the traffic flow and pattern, and also completes some of the county's initiatives with the right-of-way protection plan and future roadway planning in the community. So again, I think that we've not tried to shirk our responsibilities relative to roadway construction and offsetting our impacts, but I do have a finite amount of resources. So to extend to Cobogard Road, I don't think those are the best uses of anybody's resources when those same dollars could be used instead to construct the Russo's Road extension.
I'd give up my request to extend on that short piece of yellow if you'd go towards making the rest of Cobogard Road a Class C and not Class D.
Can I ask you a question, sir? And I don't necessarily know that I can negotiate back and forth in this dais. I'm on the P&Z board for the city of Port St. Lucie too, and I sit the same way you gentlemen do. I've never really negotiated back with an applicant in that situation, nor have I seen it. But I would tell you that I don't necessarily know if I can horse trade at this dais given certain legal elements of where we're at with this deal and this project.
Right. I'm asking questions. One, it gets it into the record that it's been requested that you consider it so that staff has got some bone power to come back later on and say, we need a Class C road instead of Class D.
Okay. And again, full abundance of respect, I don't think I can negotiate in this form that particular item, but I understand what your aim is to do on that. So,
Who's your landscape architect?
Leah Heinzelman.
Have you been sworn?
I have.
Oh, good.
Good evening. Leah Heinzelman with Kotler Engineering for the record.
Are there any cypress trees designed in your landscape architect plannings on any of this area?
So we've done a preliminary first concept for phase 1 of the landscape plans, and we do have some cypress trees around the lake areas, but the majority of the plans, we're actually relocating all of the existing oaks and other existing large trees on the site into the buffers and other common area spaces.
And how successful have you been on replanting oak trees that are already in ground?
If they're done correctly and done with enough time, they do replant very well. There might be some that don't survive, and we're happy to replant as necessary per tree mitigation requirements, but good if they're done correctly from the start, they're pruned correctly, they survive pretty well. Ahead of time.
One request, and this comes from a previous life. If you plant cypress trees around any of these lakes, you're creating a nightmare for your lawn maintenance people. What do cypress trees put up?
Their little knees.
Yes, and that's Death X on a lawnmower.
That is true.
Consider that, please.
I
I
will.
love cypress trees. They're beautiful.
They
But
are.
plant them close enough to the water so that you can overcome the maintenance of where you'd have those knees. That's just a tip for you, young lady.
I will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got 1,000 other questions that won't get us anywhere.
Let's go to Mr. Slay.
Okay, let's change course. All right, so for me, I'm not a fan of TVC at all. I don't like it. I wish the county get rid of it. I think it's a pain in the ass for everybody who wants to play in this field, right? And we always get stuck with the same questions of why is the back of the house is so close and why do we have so many? So I think something that's to the case in point of this roadway network, right? You guys are fitting in the parameters that you were given, right? So the big monkey in the room is why does the comp plan suck so much that we're taking D-class roads anyway, right? Why is the standard that, hey, we're cool with just barely getting by, right? So that's something that staff and the county has to deal with on our end. It comes up in every meeting that we have, right? So it's not your guys' fault. You guys are just fitting in where you're fitting in. I appreciate the fact that you took on the Rousseau Road part. I don't care about the little jog up north, me personally. I would like to see maybe the density come down a tad bit in this. So here's some questions for me. In the phasing of this, what's getting built? And then what's the time frame of it? So what's getting built first? What's coming in last? What's the time frame?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Slay, I was actually coming up to answer a different question, so I'm going to pass that.
No, go ahead.
But can I, while I'm here with my computer, can I just mention?
Sure.
So it's been stated that in most of the county, the rear setback requirement is 15 feet. And I just wanted to point out for the record that in the TVC, actually, which you don't like, and I get it, table 3.3-1 of 30103 zoning districts under PTV, where it talks about required lot sizes and dimensional requirements. All the single family lots, except for the estate lots, so those would be on the edges, all of those are a 10-foot rear setback in the TVC. So I just wanted to clarify.
Is that rear loading garage and front loading garage, or is that only rear loading garage?
That is for probably rear loads, is my guess.
So we're going to say as these buildings come together that there's 10 off of each one, so we got 20 in the middle?
If they back up to each other.
If they back up
would.
to each other, you
Yeah.
have 20.
They would, yeah.
Okay,
But
so-
see, the TVC is not really made for playing baseball in your backyard. The TVC is really made for playing baseball in the park in your front yard.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just different. It's a different kind of lifestyle. Some people really like it. Troy lives, lives in a community like that. He really likes it. You really like living in the rural area.
Mm-hmm.
TVC requires us to be more urban. And I just got to say this one thing before I sit down, and then you can get back to your questions. But Troy's he's a triathlete. And so when we were talking about those 50 miles of trails, I was thinking, you know what? You could run nearly 2 marathons on these pedestrian paths and not touch the same piece of trail or pavement. And that gives you a sense of scale and of the amenities that are provided here. I'm going to let Troy, I think, talk about
Hold on,
pacing.
hold on.
One second. Let's Bo go first, and then we'll work our way around.
I just wanted to see what the widths were.
who would like to speak
And
to
then just
phasing?
write it down, and then we'll circle back.
What and when?
Then we gotta get the public. You're up. I'm ready.
So, this is a 1,000-acre master plan.
Sure.
It's going to be built out over many years. So we don't have all the phasing planned out yet, but we can tell you that we're going to start off of Spanish Lakes Boulevard.
Work your way back.
And work our way north, and then when we hit the threshold that Brian mentioned earlier, we're going to have to cut over to Cobelgard. So just by the nature of the infrastructure and how we can start today, it'll kind of start in the south, move up to the center, go east, and then probably the last phase is probably going to be to the north, but that's still going to be somewhat undetermined in how the market changes over time and things like that. And another comment I want to make on the lot sizes, we're capped at the 3,081, which we've applied for, and we have the range of lots. And those will adjust over time. So if we decide the market's not good for a 35 and we need to go to 50, we will pivot. But our cap is always at 3,081. And we try to identify those places where we think 35s and 40s are going to go versus 50s and 60s. So there's some flexibility built in so we can change with the market as the market evolves and economic times change that none of us have control over.
Sure.
Well, let's say you got HFG built and the market takes a shit. Does everything stop? Right? Because we're building out and phasing? I mean, I've seen it happen in other developments, is why I'm asking.
Will we stop?
Well, I'm saying, like,
we
okay.
might have to pause.
So
but
let's
we
look
will
at
never stop.
let's look at Morningside, right? Off Orange Avenue, real quick. Morningside built out in 2005. Market takes a shit. They have phases to go, and then they don't come back and build the next phase till 20 years later, right? So there's potential for the same thing could happen here, right? Or in any development for that matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And any to that point, yes, sir. I'm familiar with Morningside. I'm also familiar with the neighborhood that's to the immediate east of here. It was finished out by a couple different builders. Adams, Cavnanian, I can't think
Waterstone.
of Waterstone. But the positive component of that is that at the end of the day, at least in Florida, in my 24 years in this industry, I'm yet to see really a neighborhood in an economically viable area that doesn't get built out. This is going to be this is an enormous community, and it's going to be built out over many years. To the question of phasing, the phasing's been established based upon access. We'll have to obviously take time. It'll take a while to build Cobelgard, to run utilities. So we've worked with staff to phase this into feasible components so that we stay within the parameters that have been established for us. And to the point, we've got 2+ decades on this project. We stand here before you, gentlemen, after 20+ years of working on this. TVC is not our bread and butter business. It is simply the operating parameters that were, in this case, put upon us. So we have tried very, very carefully to work with staff, to work with the surrounding community, to speak and listen to speak and listen in that 20 years, a lot more, to listen and did a lot more than we've spoken. And we tried to craft a plan that fits within the parameters that we were required to work within. Original plans for this community looked very different. It was a very much of what I would call a traditional lotted out neighborhood. At this point, though, we have been in here on this community for 20 plus years with taxes and all the different things that go into owning such a large asset. And we do feel it is time. We've generally worked with staff. We've tried to, painstakingly make certain that everything we're proposing fits within the code and the different parameters. So again, I understand that there's no component of this that will ever be perfect, but we have tried to achieve as much benefit for the public, balancing the economics of such a large parcel and the code. And again, sitting in a similar situation, I understand the burden that you gentlemen have with looking out to protect the community. But we would, after so long, appreciate your progression of this project at the right time. Thank you.
So, and then I go back to case in point of I'm not a fan of TVC at all. I like the project. I don't. I think you guys put a lot of thought into it. So when I first saw it, just the kid in me, I see all these lakes and I'm like, dude, this could be like a jet ski community. Everybody could ride around and do it. Like, that's just my first mindset, right? And I understand that it's such large scale that we're looking at this and everything seems so minute, because when you look at it the way that these houses back up, it looks like they're right on top of each other, right? And I don't want to come out my back door and be in my neighbor's back door. And I think that's something we see common with TVC is, you're trying to squeeze in and everything is so, the rear setbacks are like so tight on each other, but I think in this, especially being next to Spanish Lakes, density is close to the same, very, very similar in some ways. And I think you do add some components to that area that help Spanish Lakes. I think with the growth that's coming into that area or what's coming into that area, I would imagine if it wasn't TVC, we probably could have gotten this done a long time ago under some different parameters of which is why I hate TVC, because everything in TVC, nothing's getting developed.
Yeah.
Right? We come through, we have these meetings, projects come through, we approve them, disapprove them, whatever they are, and nothing ever gets built. Right? So to me, I wish it would go away. So my 2 cents is, I do like it. I think I would like to see, for me, like the density come down some. I know we talk about this two per acre type situation and things like that. And I know Leslie's done some other projects where, for the agricultural side of areas that we're trying to tap into, that seems to be like the sweet spot on some things. But I think all in all, from a lot of the projects I've seen on TVC, this is probably the best one that I've seen.
Thank you so much.
That's just my 2 cents.
And thank you all as well. And sir, genuine, no intention to be contentious to your points. I genuinely understand and appreciate them very much. As a resident of the county as well, I understand that more than I probably seem to standing in the position that I'm in here.
Let me explain something to you. I don't know how in the world you all got to this point in trying to follow all of the regulations that are involved in TVC, huts, hovels, pup tents, and whatever goes with it. You've done a beautiful job with what you had to work with and what you've got to work with to stay within those ramifications. My point is to protect my county and make it better.
Understood, and thank you for that. All right, appreciate that.
And then Mr. Bradley.
I won't go on forever, but Greg, you might as well stay up there because I have a few questions for you. I wish every time we developed 1,000 acres, we could save 1,000 acres, but here we are. I agree with Bo. I don't think it's horrible. I'd like to lower the density anytime I ever can. But here's a couple things. Road's the biggest thing to me. I wish we would raise our standards. D is not acceptable in my opinion. C is making it, barely. I would strive highly with the county and with you guys to try to better those. I would even be curious if you dropped Russo off and made Kelvick, whatever it is, Guard a better road overall. Maybe something for discussion later on. I appreciate you giving land for the school board, but that is now a taxpayer's burden to serve your citizens that you are building this for. So with that being said, you do have a centralized park. I like it. I think that overall, as much as I hate high density stuff, I think you're announcing that, hey, we're trying to get people out of their house, get them doing their things. On the bottom, you have a civic commercial designation. What is your envisions there?
If I may, can I hit a couple of points you touched on my way to answering that question? The school. Our original plan did not include the school. So when it was requested upon us by the county that they needed a school in this location, they needed K through 8 school. They're very excited to see the property. There will be a land and drainage component donation. So we'll provide so that they won't have to include their own drainage and other components. We had to reshuffle our site plan, and we did have to look at product mix, and we had to go a little bit to a little denser product because we had obligations that we needed to make in terms of unit count, and also there's real expenses to losing that property and also providing the higher level infrastructure and utilities to service that product. So we did have to take a little bit of an adjustment on the site plan with product mix and other things. So that was one point that you mentioned. We're very eager to see that school, and we think it's something that we're happy to contribute to the county and as a public benefit. Your next part of that question, you mentioned saving 1,000 acres. If you develop 1,000, you save 1,000. We couldn't quite get there, but we did look at some incredibly creative ways to try to create a high quality neighborhood. One of the things that I'm not sure will get quite its due credit, but the green belt, the oak preserve, when I was told that we had a beautiful oak hammock, I've cleared and done development on hundreds of neighborhoods and communities. As I've aged and as I've become an older father, I look at ways I can keep and preserve trees and create those spaces for the next people coming along. So we're very excited about that. Just to touch on your notion of preservation as well, we didn't have that obligation, but we in good faith couldn't try to create a quality community where we obliterated such a large, beautiful oak hammock. And then your last question, I'm sorry, I lost a little bit of
so
I want to make sure that I precisely answer that.
So the gist
the
of
civic
this,
site, yes.
Yes, the gist of this is, listen, it's not a hidden secret. People want developers to pay their way. Our county's struggling, our taxes are the highest. It all goes on things like that. So while I'm not trying to sound unappreciative, we need schools. I mean, that area up there has one school, has one fire department. As far as hospitals, you basically got to get trucked to Longwood. So we need infrastructure, things like that. So I do appreciate that. I do think we need that. But the civic commercial area, what's the envision there?
So, and that's, again, thanks for bringing me back to task on that. So our envisioning of what that would be, again, it was something we put forward very early on, and that came from our conversation with Spanish Lakes. So, again, they mentioned the fact that Spanish Lakes is an avid consumer of fire and EMS services. It's a neighborhood that's on the older end of the demographics. I remember one lady mentioned to me that they have 2 to 3 visits per day from paramedics. And as one other lady mentioned to me, she said, we're old. We don't buy green bananas. We need these things. And so when we heard that, we thought, well, geez, it would be great to put a fire station. Okay. So we kind of envisioned that as something that we would. And again, I have to be careful how I make offers and things along those lines. But that property was just what we kind of envisioned to, put out there as good stewards of development. Again, we don't have anything programmed. We would really like the county to, and they have. We've had conversations with the people at the other end of the building on this floor, and there's different ideas of what it could be. And also what that area on the commercial side could be. We're not a commercial developer. We're a residential builder. We do think that there's good value and there's to be determined components that need to go there. And that was largely our effort to provision it for the future for if the county wants a fire station, if they want a library, any one of those functions, or if we, one of the things that was mentioned to us is the fact that there's largely, to some extent, a shortage of different types of commercial and flex type components. Again, we don't really know what it is, but we know that it's good quality usable land that, we kind of wanted to leave options and abilities to pivot into whatever the county wanted in that location.
And in the future development, is that along the same lines, or do you guys having visions for that?
The future development was envisioned, one of our partners on this, so it's Lennar's been involved on this for a long time with a partner, and one of the things that they specialize in is workforce housing. So that was kind of the nexus of where we got to on that they wanted a neighborhood for that. That's part of their business.
So one, the only reason I bring
if I
this
could
up
ask, sir, do you mean the future development, the far south, or
yeah,
the
just
property?
south of the Civic commercial area.
Oh, no idea what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here, one thing that we have a shortage of in this, especially up in the northern section, actually all over the city of PSL, county, everywhere, we have a shortage of parks. And when I mean parks, like we have 3 or 4 different baseball fields, and there's a good facility up here in Lakewood Park. But for instance, my son plays football in PSL. It's the only place you can play unless you want to get on a tournament team. And again, I know you got attorneys in the room. You can't talk about negotiations, things like that. I would really push the county to try to have some type of outside parks and rec facility there. And I think when you're bringing in 3,000 units, you're going to have more than enough of your residents there that are going to benefit from that as much as everyone else is surrounding. So that's my main question.
Without having to go to the community park on
Right.
Emerson Avenue.
Yeah, because you're not gonna have sanctioned league sports in the community park, right? We all know that. You're gonna go play football. You're gonna maybe a pickleball thing going on or whatever y'all do there. But in outside parks and rec, I would really, I know it's all about the almighty dollar, but I would really like to see more developers add some things into those type of facilities in something like this. Like I said, I like the majority of it, but the school's great. I would love to see if we can add a little bit of parks and rec.
Understood, and we're genuinely happy to engage with staff and with elected leadership to program these things out. Like I said, we've tried to be a very good long-term partner on this project, and again, no opposition to looking at a lot of different things that have been put forward. Like I said, we've had our ears open, both with staff over the years and also with the neighbors. Similar situation to the comments from this board. So thank you.
Hey, we can name it Lennar Park.
We surprisingly, Lennar hides its charity. We actually have the Lennar Foundation that donates $1,000 per home. We build about 90,000 homes a year, so it adds up to very real money. I'll probably be in trouble for mentioning it. But so there's a charitable heart behind the corporation. So
I would really love for staff and you guys to consider something like that. I would be something I would push, But overall, that's it. Usually you hear a lot more from me, but that's it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Lowndes, and then I got one last thing, and then we'll do the public.
Yes, sir.
You've got an area in this that's designated for community gardening.
Yes, it's one of the things, and again, I don't know if we can go back to the slide that shows we've got a community green and an amenity. One of the themes that we're looking for is we have such a large area, that large green area. One of the things that's very difficult for me to, pound this table and tell everyone that we are doing this, but one of the things that we are very strongly leaning toward that we've seen very successful in other communities is an agrihood. So our Arden neighborhood is an agrihood. There have been other communities that have done this, and one of the things that we've observed, and it's very observable, is that people move into a planned neighborhood, they move into a traditional neighborhood, and there's a very real disconnection between the fabric of the land that was there, and the fabric of the land that was here was agricultural. The fabric of most of St. Lucie County historically has been very agricultural. And I think most people, you're 1 or 2 generations away from a farm in the United States. And I think there's a very real need to reconnect with that. So in a number of different neighborhoods that Lennar builds, several here locally, primarily Arden, we found a great deal of success with people wanting that sense of community based upon a combination of orchards, community farms. We have I think it's a 5-acre farm with associated barn and full-time farmers at Arden. I think it's something to the tune of 5 to 7 acres of orchards. And then there's another 4-acre farm. So there's 2 specific farms and 1 major orchard, and a staff that maintains that. So if you live in an agri-hood, you know, every home's entitled to a certain percentage of the harvest. People can go volunteer there. It's an activity for children. It's an activity for older retirees to go and volunteer there. So it's been a good thing for us. I can't pound the table and say that I have my senior level sign off for that, but we are lending ourselves toward that.
You talk to me about farming, you're talking to Noah about a rainstorm.
Okay.
I'm a farmer, and I'll make a deal for you. If I'm still alive when this comes to fruition, call me. I'll help you with your garden plots.
I appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you.
Ms. Olson, you're on. If I'm still alive.
Well, thank you.
And then a quick question, Nate. Staff had mentioned about connectivity to the central or the southern and parcels, I think, up like towards the school crossing the canal. Even if it wasn't vehicular, do you guys envision like golf cart, like a multi-use path across there, like so parents golf carting their kids to school instead of taking the SUV type of thing?
I don't think we have it set yet. I mean, we're going to have to coordinate that with the drainage district.
Yeah.
And I do know that they have some criteria that we would have to achieve toward with separation of crossings on their canals. But that is something that connectivity, you know, I would encourage everyone. There's a community that I'm genuinely very proud of working on and helping to create. It's in Palm Bay. It's called the Timbers at Everlands. And you know, that's kind of some of the basis of what we're looking for here, where we have extensive conservation of wetlands, extensive conservation of trails and trail systems. And in that instance, that pedestrian connectivity has been enormously important. And, you know, even though we have been for the last 18 months in a very slow, depressed housing market, you know, we've still kept momentum there. We're selling because of those lifestyle items, the golf cart elements, the walkability, buying in that type of a neighborhood where you can go and enjoy the amenities and also get out and walk with your family, or, you know, in that case, that neighborhood's an active adult neighborhood where people can get out and you know, socialize in the golf cart. You know, we've got extensive fishing piers, we've stocked lakes, we've got fish feeders. It's done very well for us, and I think it's been appreciated by our buyers. So.
All right, thanks. Mr. Neese, you got anything? You've been quiet.
I'm good.
All right. So this is a public hearing. We'll go ahead and open up to the public. If there's any member of the public that would like to come up on this item, come down now. Make sure you say your name and address into the mic for the record, please. And thank you for waiting.
You bet. Well, I'm a much smaller team, but I could certainly provide my resume if you'd like. No booze from the audience, but I live in Indian River County.
Stop you real quick.
Yeah.
Just name and address first.
Yeah, name and address. Matt Van Ert, and I live on 5400 25th Street Southwest. That puts me just across the street from your county. So I'm actually an Indian River County resident. But I would say this, I'm going to live closer to this development than 99% of the people in St. Lucie County. And I have great familiarity with these roads and what's really going on with the traffic in these roads. And I think it might be somewhat illuminating to shed some light on that. So first and foremost, just a few concerns I have, and no disrespect to the applicants, because I do think very good faith, very transparent. I think it's a really nice plan. It's not the type of place that you know, I live on 5 acres, okay? I like being surrounded by acreage. I like the snakes and the lizards, and I like my kids going out and collecting and fishing in the pond and those kind of things. So it's not necessarily the kind of, you know, community that I'm interested in, but the diversity is what makes things great, right? A lot of people are, and I have no doubt that they've put tremendous amounts of thought into this, and so please understand, it's no disrespect to them at all, my comments. But please let me just express a few concerns. You know, obviously there's the sort of the culture and the lifestyle. I don't see how you put in a development of this size in that area without fundamentally changing, obviously, that area, okay? Now, at the risk of sounding hypocritical, I look at that too and say, I love it out there. It's amazing. I could tell you about all the wildlife, the foxes, the crested caracaras that we see. I can tell you about the eagles and the owls and everything else. I can tell you about all these wonderful things and raising kids in that environment. But fundamentally, it's hypocritical to say, well, I want to enjoy it and other people shouldn't, right? So I'm not anti-development. But I do believe, much as the lady spoke to earlier in the public comments, is I do believe in intelligent development. And I think fundamentally, you all have to decide, what do you want your county to look like? What do you want it to look like? I feel like it's almost an endangered species that these, houses on 2, 3, 4, 5 acres, and it's not just us that enjoys them, by the way. Cobleguard Road, I can tell you, I drive it all the time. I've seen some of the same people. I've been there 13 years. I've seen some of the same people come out there, walk their animals. The main traffic on those roads in the years I've been out there has really been the horses. We have a horse boarding facility. People ride their horses along 25th Street Southwest, which is a dirt road, and Cobleguard, which is I'll call it paved, but some of the biggest potholes I've ever seen, honestly. And no disrespect, but I would just say this. So fundamentally, it's going to change the lifestyle. It's going to change the culture in that area, okay? So, if there was a development going out there where there's a house on every 2, 3 acres, I wouldn't even be here. Because I'd just say, great, there's still going to be room for wildlife to move through and whatnot, all right? So that's the first concern. The second concern, and I think the greatest concern, is the traffic. And I feel like we've talked a lot about, and I do think the applicant's making this great faith effort to put the Russo Road through, and I think they should be commended for that, absolutely. But one thing I would say is, when you do connect to 43rd or Johnston, are we all aware here about what's going on 43rd north? North in Indian River County. They're putting in 1,000 homes all along the west side of 43rd. I can tell you, 43rd before, and they're already bulldozing, they're already developing it. 43rd is a mess right now. And the only thing more dangerous than 43rd from 25th Street Southwest, where I live, north up towards Oslo, is Johnston from 25th Street Southwest down to Indrio. There is a lot of traffic on that road, and I don't know how many of you drive it frequently. I invite you to go up there during a rush hour and drive it. And so what I wonder is, when you put this through, and again, I'm not criticizing the applicant. They put Russo through to connect to 43rd. What do you think happens to 43rd? And all these other developments are coming online. I just don't, and I know a lot of that's sort of the transition between Indian River County and St. Lucie County. And I know, but that road is already very, very dangerous and very congested. And so that's a concern. And the last concern, very, very quickly, thank you for your patience, I appreciate it, is water. It's water. That area, I can tell you, we've had some very severe rain events out there. Now, I will say this, all of my neighbors' homes were high and dry, had a lot of standing water, okay? Thank God for Indian River Farms Water Control District. I know those folks up there, they did a great job handling that water. One thing I would say is, and I don't know if the applicant has consulted hydrologists and really looked at this, but you have gone from 1,000 acres of pervious acreage to now one that is, 50% impervious?
Or more.
Or more? Now we have an extreme rain event. Where is all that water? Has that been well thought out? And all I can say is this, I'm keeping my eye on it with Indian River County, because when I watched the county commissioner meeting, I wasn't able to attend it, but I watched it historically. I watched it on YouTube. They used a 20-year-old traffic study for 43rd. 20 years. Now, I have a PhD in molecular biology. If I wrote a paper using 20-year-old data, I get laughed out of the field. I've lived there 13 years. In 13 years, I can tell you 43rd has gone from, at times there was traffic, to it's just downright dangerous. It really is. And so I look at that and then I think, well, now can I really trust the applicants up there, the developers up there, that they've really thought about the water? Have they really thought about where that water is going to go? And one last point, all of us, the reason this is such a special place to live, one of the main reasons is the Indian River Lagoon. These communities, unlike what is there right now, these communities, again, impervious surfaces, runoff, well manicured lawns, and again, I understand people like those. I'm not casting judgment. But what do they use? Lots of fertilizer, lots of pesticides. That all ends up in the lagoon. Okay?
Thank you for your comments.
But yeah, thank you so much. I do appreciate the opportunity coming up. Thank you.
Any other members from the public? Come on down. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, my name is Ravi Chandran Sadasiva. We have a farm right across from it on the south side.
Address?
The address
Address?
is 5425 Kobalgard Road. And although that's a farm, I live in Palm Beach County in Wellington area. First thing came to my mind, especially when Commissioner Lound was talking about Class C, Class D roads. Until he brought up, I did not know what kind of road or the traffic or speed, anything like that. I was just doing ChatGPT and found out. It turned out for Class D, the speed limit is under 30 miles. I live in a community just across from it. It's called Olympia. It has about 2,000 homes. This is in Palm Beach County, in Wellington area. And it has access from all four sides. The speed limit is about 40 miles. I see people going more than 40 most of the time. Here saying 3,000 homes and going under 30 mile speed, that I could not believe that's a reality. So that's something for the commission to consider. The other thing what I thought is, I'm sure people would have thought about it, the Russo Road west of Kobalgard and below the main entrance of this community, it is going in an angle. I'm not sure why. And if you look at overall the use of the property, the value and all those, from that point of view, it doesn't look right. Either it can be going further south and make a direct connection to that. That might be more appropriate, and it will also help our property, which is south of it, which will give a connectivity for us also. That's something I was thinking, and I request those things to be considered. That one. Between these 3,000 homes, Spanish River homes, and 2,000 plus homes which is approved on south of Inrio, put together there are about 6,000 plus homes in that area. I'm just wondering, are there any consideration to have a hospital surround in that area? So right now, I saw in this, like note saying that the hospital is about 5 to 6 miles range. I'm just wondering, is there any consideration to have a hospital close by, especially a community which is older community, Spanish River, sitting right across that. Those are the points I just wanted to bring it up and just to consider.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other members of the public? Seeing none, we will close public comment and come back to the board for discussion and a motion. Did the applicant need to respond to anything from the public? I said I'd give you a second.
No,
You good? All right. Before you guys talk, I'll give you my 2 cents. I like the project, but I think the lot widths, I don't mind the narrow lots on rear loaded garage, because that's how like Eastlake Village is with rear loaded garages, but front loaded garages shouldn't have the benefit of the narrow lots and the small setback. If it's going to be a front load garage, needs to be, as long as it's within code, should be the 15-foot rear setback and 7.5 side setback, and with some sort of green break every like 15 houses or something like that, when there's a long stretch of single family homes, to give you the whole town's village and countryside type of feel, in my opinion. But like Eastlake Village, yeah, it is, they're like 30, they're like, I think 28-foot wide lots in Eastlake. And they got really small setbacks, but it's because the trade-off was that they're rear load garages and they're all alleyways. This community is taking the rear, the narrow lots and no setback and a 10-foot setback. I don't see the delineation between those variances between front load and rear load. It's just saying these are the options. So I'd want to put I'd be cool if there was guardrails on that. That in it of itself would reduce density, because even though it's up to 3, there can be a balance between 2 and 3 for a child center, which was just renaming part of a commercial node. That's like, I get it, but it's minuscule, right? And yeah, great, the income-based housing, that's great as well. That's just my 2 cents on it, that we need to figure out like lot widths on front loads, rear setbacks on the front loads, side setbacks on the front loads, and if they're gonna go smaller like that, it has to only be on the rear load projects. And then green breaks where there's long strips of single-family homes to give you some sort of breakup, I think would make a ton of sense.
I hear your thoughts. And the only other addition I would say is I would really like to see that donation to Parks and Rec or something.
Does anybody else think? What are you thinking, Mr. Lowndes?
Not even gonna be around.
I'm going up in an air balloon with a sharp knife. I'd like to address some of the other issues also. We didn't talk about water on this. And it's always concerned me that we are taking agricultural land that is absorbent with a lot of the rain. And there's 27,154 gallons of water in an acre inch. 27,154 gallons of water in an acre inch. And you got 1,000 acres? Where in the hell are you gonna put the water, Jack?
You can see all them lakes?
All them ponds.
Yeah. I'm ready to go
That's a
get the
lot of
boat.
ponds.
So
He
we're
wants to
talking
get a
about
jet
this a
ski
boating
again.
community, but you ain't see it?
So where do we do when the pond fills up?
That's their problem.
No, it'll become a county problem.
Yeah, but every project, they have the engineers, South Florida Water Management District has to review
Yeah.
it as well. I mean, every check and balance that we have on the books for every single one of these projects, we always have to follow. We all have that concern, but it would have to be a failure of all those layers of protection for that to come.
The
to
hard part
fruition.
is this.
There's not much we can do here to
The hard part is
mitigate
this.
that.
If we have a comp plan and we put out a criteria and they fit it, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, and we can't change the level of service D because of what the state passed, that you can't do anything that's considered restrictive. So they're not changing that for a long time unless that gets overturned. Because I agree with you, like, the fact that our comp plan's cool with that, it kind of sucks. I wish it said C, because then we would have a higher bar that they have to reach. But at the same time, they are playing by the rules. It does suck that if you look at what level of service is now and level of service is with improvements, is completely degrading at Beauregard down to a D. It would be an F without the improvements, but that's also taking into account Buc-ee's, Bedford Farms, this, and stuff like that. And just another thing to back up the lot width on front-loading houses. Spanish Lakes is originally like a trailer park community, and they're building the CBSs. They're 56-foot wide lots. So to say like that area supports that, no. Even trailer park 55-plus communities have a 56-foot wide lot, and they found a way to make it profitable.
Yeah.
You can't convince me that you've been sitting on the property for 21 years and you can't make it profitable with the 45 to 50 foot wide single family lot that's front loaded with a decent side setback and a rear setback, similar to all of our other single family housings. I think that as long as it's not proving me wrong in the TVC code, because I'm not an expert on it, I'm just a public citizen doing my job up here the best I can. I think that the concessions on those setbacks was for the rear loading properties, because that's kind of the trade-off, because you have added expense of an alleyway, that's more pavement. That's not to be abused by slamming a bunch of front load single families in, because that literally defeats the whole purpose of walkable town villages and countrysides with garages, and it completely ruins, like I have 6 kids, I'm not taking them down a sidewalk with that narrow, like that closely packed driveways. That's suicide, you know?
That's what they make preparation age for.
Yeah. No.
Mr. Biner.
Yes, sir.
For what TVC, Huts, Hubbles, and Pup Tents is developed from to what it is today, I think this organization and this company has tried to do as good a job as they could. I'd vote for this. I don't like it. I don't like some of the things that are in it. I hope staff and the developer listen to what we have talked about and what our concerns are, and I have overabundant amount of faith that staff will work to get what we have thought about in some of this. Yeah, we need housing in this community, but I hope we do a better job than what we have done in the past. My biggest concern sitting on this board for some, I don't know, Christ judge, how long has it been?
70 years.
I think Jesus was in swaddled clothes. That the decisions that I make today, decisions that this board makes today, we can still live with 5 years from now. And sometimes we've stubbed our toes. I think 40-foot lots and 35-foot lots, we have stubbed our toes. But we're going to have to live with it. Thank you.
All right, so we talked about size of the lots then, right? So if a motion to approve, then, you know, what do you want to say? Eliminate the 35-foot lots out? Minimum 40-foot?
Well, I mean, I can't even find, by looking at property appraiser, even townhome lots as narrow as they're proposing. So depending on what land development code says, I mean, obviously that's going to override, we're just a recommending body. It's not like anything we say is the gospel. I'd put a minimum width on the townhomes, like even the ones we just did by the Dodge dealership on US 1. They're like 26 or 28 foot lots. And they're not 20, right? So I think you should have at minimum like a 25 foot on a townhome. I don't mind the 35 to 40 on a rear load garage, but everything else, I mean, even 45 would be a concession compared to everything else in this area that has been approved, even compared to Seagrove, which Lennar is building east of US 1, which is a completely different atmosphere east of US 1 up there than this one. But, you know, like 45 to 50 foot on front load, 25 on townhomes. If it's a front load, they need to have a 15-foot setback, 7.5 side setback, and a green break of like at least 15, 20 feet every 15 single-family homes, so you get some breakup in the monotony of rooftops. And then if they could put, like a multi-use, like golf cart pedestrian type of path of access instead of a road access as a compromise to get people to get their kids to school, I think would be awesome. Yeah, because even in Seagrove, like you said, their townhomes are 28-foot wide lots. And we're looking at 20-foot lots here, right? So we're not impractical. And just doing that alone will bring it down. They can get anywhere between 2.001 to 3 units an acre. If they can fit that stuff in there, great. I think that'd be something I'd be behind doing.
I would really like to add the park, the outside park.
That'd be up to them to donate it.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt. But you're also you're building a community of nothing around it.
Well, and I think on the backside of that, you also have to look at you've donated 24 acres for the school.
Yeah.
3 acres for the county
whatever,
to
dude,
use,
it was-
however, which I think
And
of.
they're doing Russo.
And doing Russo.
Which
So, I mean,
they
they've thrown a lot into it.
I'd get rid of Russo for the park.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. You just dump it out. It's two devils in the same suit. I mean,
When you
dump it out
dump-
on Johnston
when
or
you
dump it
dump-
out on Injury.
When you dump this amount of traffic off of Russo Road onto current Johnson Road.
Right, exactly.
It is a disaster.
But that's the conversation in every project we do, right? Just like the projects on Oleander. We're putting more traffic on a shitty road that they tell us is standard.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's
Up
why
to be.
I'd rather get rid of Russo and have a park for the kids at least.
Well, that's
We'll let
something
the-
like
we'll
the
let the
county
next board-
commissioners can deal with.
We'll let the next board decide that.
Well, no, there's no doubt.
Okay, so if on a motion to approve, what do you want to see in there?
Me?
Yep, state it.
Minimum 25 foot wide townhomes, minimum 45 on a front load single family with a 15-foot rear setback, 7.5 foot side setbacks, some sort of concession or some plan made for
Green break.
the green breaks every 15 single family homes to break it up. We do that with townhomes. You can't run a list of 10 townhomes. You got to break them up with the
Yep.
green space, right?
Yep.
We're not hitting them with the building spacing requirement because it doesn't make sense. At least hook us up on the single families. It's going to look good.
Like that sweater.
And then any type, exactly. Well, I just wanted to match Irene with the red. And then if there's anything like golf cart or pedestrian bridge access from the southern communities up to the school, I think would be awesome. for people, because the whole point of it is to have walkable, less exterior vehicle trips and stuff like that. Golf carts are a bigger thing now. It's more attainable for households. It'd be a great alternative mode of transportation to get your kids to school and not have 50 Suburbans sitting there burning gas for no reason.
Corey, you writing all that down?
Vice
You got all
Chair
that?
Slay, I'm certainly doing my best here.
I think that's all I wrote down, though.
That's all you wrote down?
I think so.
Ed, you got anything to add to that?
I agree with that, but I'd like to see, I agree to that. Mr. Benton, do we know what class is Johnson Road currently? Is it C?
Triple F.
Chair Benner, Commissioner Lowndes, I'll take a look at the TPO's latest publication of level of service for Johnson Road. And why I do that, the level of service is the consideration of speed, to capacity, congestion, of course grades, very similar to that of report cards. But the D is an acceptable level of service in our comprehensive plan for major county roadways once they become urban or major roadways.
It's based on the peak hour, the level of service, so it's rush hour.
Well, you drive Johnson anytime right now, and it's busy.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
The thing-
And
and
we
it
ain't even
has-
started
I'm
building
just
around
saying
there
our
yet.
level of
Yeah.
service is a measurement.
And like with the traffic report, it's always the intersections that they're grading.
Yeah,
Because the
talking
one at
about-
Indrio and Johnston says current level is C.
And
Yeah, and it's a good intersection.
Chair Benner, members of the commission, and I know we had some statements previous to this of what's been observed physically and firsthand on Johnson Road, and I drive the corridor and know that there's been an uptick in volume over recent years. The last physical counts for those segments of Johnson Road, for instance, Russos Road to Indian River County line, Indrio Road to Russos Road, we have the last physical counts were 2023 in the TPO's level of service report for 2025. So there's a little bit of dating to those figures. Sometimes they capture prior historical data and they'll apply ratios for growth and different volumes. But they're indicating a level of service C presently for Johnston Road from Indian River County to Indrio Road. But
Level
that
C.
doesn't
Ain't no
account
way.
for any proposed or developments that are yet to be accomplished.
Is that on the roadmap for any improvements coming up?
No, Chair Benner. The state has been making some investment in Emerson Avenue, including a broad sidewalk along the east side, in the anticipation that the county would accept Emerson in the future, but no capital improvements north of Indrio for Johnson Road that I'm aware of.
I think everyone still take Culvergard, but if there's a wreck on Culvergard, at least it gives you a bypass. To
Well,
John- 'cause I would avoid Johnson.
You're gonna
I
take
mean, I took-
Russo if you wanna go to Indian River, just like we do.
Yeah.
We do 43rd to 58th to 60.
Until
This is-
Culvergard eventually connects, but who
Yeah.
knows if and when.
Mr. Chairman, is the motion in line?
No,
Yeah.
no one's motioned.
So I'll pass a motion to
Uh-huh.
approve with
All that stuff I
all
said?
that crap you said. Corey wrote it all down.
So did Irene.
And it's recorded.
And it's
on
recorded.
5 different recorders.
We'll throw in Josh's
Gentleman
one-
here on the left has some
suggestion of
points,
the,
too, that we need to make.
of the park.
Yeah, let me give a real quick reason
Yeah.
behind it.
I hear you.
The school is serving their community.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate the giving the land, but it's serving their community. The fire station, again, is still partially serving their community. I would like to see something served a little bit outside that gate. That's all. And I think we need more of it. I think our
I agree
city
with
and
that.
county
Parks and
municipalities
Recreation.
have really lost track of that, so. But I agree.
I second that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve with conditions from Mr. Slay. We have a second from Mr. Lowndes. You guys have the conditions, right?
Chair Benner, yes, we have some
All
notes
right.
here.
Let's call the roll.
Yes, sir.
I don't want you falling asleep down there, so.
Commissioner Bradley,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lowndes,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Neese,
Yes, ma'am.
Vice Chair Slay,
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Benner.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, guys. It looks like a great project. I think with as long as our suggestions are within code, I think it would be even better. And good luck with the county commissioners. 20 years, you're one step closer. Yeah, you too. All right.
Chairman, I move we adjourn.
All right. No workshop, nothing like that. Planning on a January meeting?
January 15th, we'll be back here at 6 p.m. Wishing everyone a wonderful and safe Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
What's, you know the date of that?
January 15th,
15th.
6 p.m.
15th. And 15th is voting for new chair and vice chair. So, be ready.
I feel like we just did that.
A year ago. I'm glad I could make it fly by so fast. I'm so glad.
That's when y'all voted me out. Sir?